What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Mervyn!
What a shot.
Dustin Straver.
To the ball. Double 16's the shot, and he takes it.
Adrien.
It most definitely does. So is that. There's a little bit of confidence from Tommy Morris.
Tops finds that too and moves ahead in this match. So double 5. Oh, and he finds that too.
Good morning, and this is the question, isn't it? Who will win the race on Wednesday to be the first name into our finals night on Saturday? It will be a thoroughly thrilling day from start to finish. But who's going to get the lead over the first couple of rounds? And we have got Trina Gulliver with us today once again to try and figure out this mix of a group, which, quite frankly, yesterday gave us a scenario today that is unfathomable. We have 4 points between top and bottom, and we have Mervyn King at the top of the table, but not very comfortable at all.
No, it was an extraordinary day yesterday, and it went to and from, back and forth, and it's just wide open today, and you really can't call it.
Well, let's have a look at the table and show you just what we have coming up for you over the next few hours. Because Mervyn King won his last game to take the top spot over Jeff Smith. But with 4 players on 10 points and not a great deal of legs between them in the leg difference column, and even Dustin Straver at 6th position, only 4 points behind, literally anybody could win this group today, Trina.
Anybody could win this. It's wide open, and it takes one good day, doesn't it? We've seen the one good day from Jeff on Monday. We just need somebody else to do that. There's nothing to say that Dustin can't do it.
Mervyn King tops the group. How's he feeling about his form? We've talked about the exhaustion that he might be going through because he's played every day this month. But there have been enough moments for him to take the top spot. But will he be happy with the way he's played?
I think he's had moments where he's been happy with it. It's not his true game, I don't think. But he'll be happy to be top of the table. And, coming out of yesterday and going into today, he wants to put on a solid performance.
Tommy Morris was brought into this field this week because Christian Perez couldn't play on Monday, on Tuesday and Wednesday. But after a bad Monday, he came in yesterday morning with a refreshed attitude. How impressive was he yesterday?
I was very impressed with Tommy yesterday. He didn't start off well on the Monday. Gradually got better during the day. But yesterday he had a great day. So, he's put himself in a great position as well.
I've been dying to show this graphic all morning, and I haven't had a look at it in great detail because we want to have fresh eyes on this as well. With such a tight group, we want to see the odds. Here they are. This is how tight it is. Mervyn King is just about odds on at 4 to 5. But when we look at people like Adrien Gray and Tommy Morris, people who have been to many Saturday nights before, David Evans has won a Group A before in the previous series. But even Dustin Straver, if he gets a good start today, 25 to 1 could be value.
I think that's cracking value there, to be fair. He has every chance, and he has as much chance as the others. So, I think that's good value for money.
Jeff Smith yesterday, after winning 5 games on Monday, losing 5 yesterday, how do you think he's feeling coming into day 3?
He'll be disappointed, obviously, from yesterday's performance. He'll be thankful that he had the 5-0 cushion from the Monday, but today he's got it all to do, and he'll want a better day, obviously.
Let's give you a chance to be a genius then, Trina. Who's gonna win it? Give us a name.
Oh, crikey, I don't know. Tommy Morris.
Tommy Morris it is then.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to be involved in our first game, But we have got 2 cracking matches to come up in the first round, followed by another after that. And what we're going to do today is we're going to take it round by round and keep you in touch with how things go. I think that's the best way to do it. And the best way to see yourself here on a Saturday night is this way. So check this out. Yes, that is how you can join us on Saturday night to get up close to the players and to see all of the action. That QR code, if you can scan it with your smart device, will take you directly to the ticketing page here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you can reserve your seats for any Saturday night in the series, including the special nights, which we have got coming up in a few weeks. But if you want to be here on Saturday night for the Week 1 finals, that will be the focus of maybe yourself and, of course, the players this week. We're going to start with Adrien Gray and David Evans. And Trina, I think the best thing to do today to stop us getting too complicated with this table, which is tightly contested, is just to take it one round at a time and see how things progress.
I totally agree. It's it's going to be very tight today, and it's all to play for, and everybody is going to have to play their best to give themselves a chance.
Well, Adrien starts on 10 points, and he starts in 5th position because his leg difference is at -3, but David Evans is only 1 leg in front of him.
First leg, it's Adrien to throw first. Game on.
Is it fair to say that when all 6 players woke up this morning, they were thinking, I've got a really good shot at this?
Well, yes, I think, that is the honest truth about it all, isn't it? Because they've all got a chance. And it's going to be such an exciting day.
100.
It may come down to whether you have the best day of your week or not. If Jeff Smith has another day like Monday, he's going to win this group. But if it's a bit like yesterday,
60.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I can see this going right to the wire today. And like you say, none of us are any the wiser at the moment. And obviously, you've got to remember that not only are they got to be on their own performance, but they will be looking at other people's games as well and seeing how they fare against certain opponents and where that leaves them point-wise.
One thing you can't do today is you can't lose your first 2 games. You do that,
98.
You're praying that nobody is winning both of their first games. You'll be hoping that things are shared around. And that leads us to a really interesting statistic that we have
81.
based on head-to-head records here this week. We'll talk about that in leg 2.
Well, the shot's on. Needs the treble 19. Finds the treble 19. So the bullseye.
142.
Well, that would have been a great start to the week.
Adrien, you require
for the day, sorry.
139.
Yeah, that would have been thunderous from stretch. And we're not going to get a big checkout from Adrien, who has the darts in this match.
42. David, you require 25.
So 9 now for double 8 to take the first leg of this match. And he
Shot of
takes it,
first leg,
and that is a
David
breaker throw.
It's a lovely 14 darter from David.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, Adrien has not beaten Dave Evans this week. But that leads us to that statistic. Every Wednesday,
46.
when I come into the building, I always do the same thing. I always look at the head-to-head records of the players from the first 2 days. So we have one of two options.
108.
We have 1-1 or 2-0. Of the 15 head-to-head records that we have in Group A, 12 of the
96.
fixtures have gone 1-1. That's rare. So only 3 corresponding fixtures see someone winning twice against the same player. This is one of those games.
125.
Well, with that in mind, then Adrien might have that in the back of his mind and be hoping to get one over on him today.
Because of the tight nature of the group as well,
83.
if you do get your win against someone like Dave today, it'll feel like double points. We were 1 game away from having everybody on 10 points coming into the
55.
day. You could have almost scratched Monday and Tuesday and just had a 1-day shootout.
Yeah, an incredible day of darts yesterday,
6.
as was Monday, of course.
Adrien, you require
But yesterday it
141.
really was swings and roundabouts all day long.
$65.
Yeah, steady approach from 80.
Dave looking to put a big shot in now, and that's not a good first start.
He's got new flights in today. That's
83.
always nice to see, because the
Adrien
ones he had in
requires
yesterday looked like
76.
they'd been at the bottom of a hamster cage.
New day, new flights.
Couldn't agree more. Double top.
56.
Well,
David, you
133
require 133.
is a tough nut to crack. These are the moments
Adrien,
today
you
that might
require
define
20.
you. You get your second bite of the cherry. If you miss 3 darts in this spot,
Game shot on the
you can
second
find
leg.
yourself
Adrien Gray.
in a sticky situation. And well done, 80, for taking that out.
Yeah, it's all about taking your chances
Third
today.
leg, it's Adrien to the row first. Game on.
Punish what you can and get them doubles.
Let's go through the field then, Trina, because
100.
what do these players do if they win the group? Because everybody can still do it. Mervyn King, he'll stay in Portsmouth and he'll just sleep like a vampire.
57.
Don't blame him after the couple of weeks he's had.
Jeff Smith can't go back to New Brunswick and come back for Saturday, so he'd stay. Tommy Morris is commuting to Portsmouth every day.
57.
He's not that far from here, so he would go home. David Evans, he'd probably stay.
I would say he would stay.
It's a long way back to Preston. 80 Gray would probably go home. It's not that far to East Sussex from here.
60.
And Dustin Straver would stay. In the back of their minds, they know exactly what they're going to do if they win this group.
108.
Well, cracking darts there from Adrien. Leaves himself a 164 finish. David back on 384. Looking to put a big hole in this. And that's a bit of unlucky there. That deflection into the treble 5.
64.
I wonder how many of those darts he's going to have today. That has been a bit of a struggle for him the first 2 days of this group. Slightly low shots. And not getting a treble there. Just leaves himself a little exposed.
Yeah, a large score now from David Wood. Put the pressure on, but that's a poor last start.
You require 104.
Does leave himself a finish, but it is a big one.
There's the 4. Now, there is a bit of reasoning here for just going for a single 20.
44.
That's fine.
David, you require 164.
Well, a chance now for David to take this 164 out. Well, let's see. It's now not on, but so Adrien coming back for the 60.
92.
Which is a checkout that doesn't give him much trouble. Because he's not going to block the tops. It is somewhat blocked.
20.
He can't believe that hasn't just caressed its way in. And Evans could steal here in 6 visits. He's got 65 left. Now he hasn't. He's got double 10. I bet that looked good when he threw it. My word, that was close.
40.
So a chance now for Adrien to take tops out. And he does.
Adrien Gray.
This first start and goes 2 legs to 1 up in this match.
4 flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, this one lying at 2 on Adrien Gray. He's starting the leg now. Apologies for the loss of graphic right now. Something we are currently working on. We've got some gremlins in the system.
81.
But they're back. I can't conceive of how it must feel to be in a round-robin situation
50.
with everybody so tightly compacted. I can imagine that practice room this morning was quite tense.
Yeah, I did put my head in around there, and yeah, it did see they were all kind of like a little bit quiet, a little bit subdued, thinking of the day ahead, and yeah, they know they've got to perform well today.
What people need to be aware of watching this on Pluto TV is that if you win this group, you don't just get the 2 days off and the guaranteed invitation to Saturday. What you earn for this group is based on your position. So you come into this group today, you could be Mervyn King on 12 points. He can still finish bottom.
It's bizarre, isn't it? It really is bizarre.
96.
And that's something that people in this industry have to understand. It is performance-related pay. What you do stipulates how much
60.
you get.
David, you require
absolutely.
170.
No guarantees for a steady wage in this game.
It's a tough business. Beautiful darts from Evans.
Adrien,
Forcing Gray to take Shanghai 20s.
Well, he finds the treble 20. Single 20 now. 4 tops for a 3-1 lead.
100.
He can't find it. Just
David,
throws
36.
below. So a chance now for David to take out 36.
Evans thought that was going. But
Game
that one
shot,
does.
Fourth leg, David Evans.
He's had a few darts in this match which have been quite mystifying, but that is one of his better ones.
Fifth leg, it's Adrien to throw first.
Yeah, smack bang middle of the bed.
Game on.
I asked you the question this morning
45.
of who do you think's going to win the group. Tommy Morris is not a bad shout because he had a very good day yesterday, much better than Monday. Dustin Straver had a much better Tuesday than Monday.
Well, I was just thinking out the box, really,
120.
because it's open to anybody. So I just looked at the table and went middle of the road.
It's open to interpretation. And the thing is, if Tommy does win this group, the first thing I'm going to do is shake your hand and congratulate you.
60.
Well, it'd be luck, that's for sure. And that's what these guys need a little bit of today. A little bit of luck on their side as well. And taking opportunities when they come along.
108.
If Dave Evans turns the screw in that department today, he can definitely win this group. He might need that to start happening.
22.
Evans has got the most 180s of anybody this week. He's got a grand total of 14.
60.
But then again, if you add the 2 that Adrien Gray's had in this game to his amount, he's now got 14. Is it 15?
125.
Not yet.
David
Not
require
quite.
141.
The treble 20 is the shot here. He finds that. Treble 19 for double 12. For a 1-4-1 out. Yes, he
Game shot on
can.
the fifth leg. David
Leads by
Evans.
3 legs to 2.
I think
Sixth
we can
flag,
classify
it's
that
David
one
to
as a
throw
bit of a
first.
roundhouse kick.
Game on.
What a great shot. And now there's a 10-point gap in the averages. Here's Evans finding his best stuff at just the right time.
58.
Now, allow us to take Dustin Straver out of this comparison on weekly averages. I'm going to go in table order before this
100.
match. Mervyn King, average of 88.9. Jeff Smith, 87. Tommy Morris, 87. David Evans, 87. Adrien Gray, 87. No wonder the table's so compacted.
Well, that explains all, doesn't it? Or does it? Because we really don't know.
I said averages lie yesterday. Today, they're telling the truth.
$140.
I think we might get a lot of games like this today. Long distance, tense,
41.
and everything feels like a 4-pointer. These games will be as tense as the last 10 minutes of Coventry and Sunderland last night. And at the end, there might be limbs.
45.
Well, I hear that Coventry were very unlucky last night.
Yeah, they could have won it at the end of the 90 minutes with a header from the 6-yard box. They didn't get it, and then Sunderland won it with the last touch of the match.
108.
I'm not usually someone who glorifies anything that Sunderland do, but I'll give them their credit.
42.
They've got a date at Wembley against Sheffield United, so congratulations to Sunderland. Who are we going to congratulate at the end of this leg?
Well, this is a tight leg, actually.
81.
He finds a treble with his last dart. Does leave himself a finish. Adrien really needs to find a treble and he
44.
can't.
David, you require 101.
He's actually done quite well there. That's a bad visit, but it has left him on a makeable shot if he gets the chance.
Well, he's just hit this combination already, and he finds it again.
On the march, David
There's
Evans.
nothing sweeter than a repeater. And on this occasion, David Evans does not take it 141 twice, but it will feel just as good as the 141 he had earlier in the match. A 4-2 victory for Evans, and crucially, it is a third straight victory against Adrien Gray here this week. Fascinating head-to-head record, which could tell the story for Adrien come the end of the day. 81.85 the average for Adrien Gray, as you can see. He's only 2 out of 6 on the doubles. He just didn't quite get enough chances in the end. Evans was the better player with the 2 big checkouts, and he wins the first game of the day by 4 legs to 2.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
First move of the day comes from Stretch, and he goes from 4th to 2nd. And now, our second game of the day sees Jeff Smith up against Tommy Morris, who had very conflicting Tuesdays. The first thing I notice about today for Jeff is that he's gone to the shirt that he wore on Monday. I don't think that's an accident.
Well, you know what? I don't either, because if that was me, I'd be doing the same.
Tommy Morris, who did come in late for Christian Perez on Monday, didn't have a very good
leg,
first
it's
day,
Jeff to throw
but
first.
got himself
Game
very much in the mix yesterday with a very solid showing. 6 points and a leg difference of +4. That currently has him in 4th position. But if he beats Jeff Smith, he will overtake him in the table
99.
and put himself on 12 points with King. And he's got the game to spare against Dustin Straver next.
59.
Well, one thing's for sure. Jeff does not want a day like yesterday.
85.
If that happens again, he's in Group C. Simple as that. He will not even finish in the top 3 of this table.
44.
Jeff is a very realistic human being.
60.
He knows the intricacies of this place. It's not his first rodeo. But nothing has ever come easy to him here. It's always been really difficult.
And if by chance he does end up in Group C, there's nothing to say that he won't win it on Saturday night. That's the beauty of this this system here. You've still got the opportunity to be in them finals on Saturday evening.
That has been illustrated in previous series.
134.
Particularly in Series 9 and 10. Group C was actually the
45.
most profitable
If you
group
require 144.
when it came to winners. There has to be something in that.
94.
Good switch there from Jeff.
You require 152. 100. Jeff, you require 50.
So 50 now for Jeff. Double 18 it is. Double 9 then.
32.
Can't find
Tommy,
it.
you
So a chance for
require
Tommy.
52.
Take out this 52. Tops. For first blood.
12. Jeff, you require 18.
Decides to split. Needs an early double.
Game shot on the
Needed
first
that
leg.
desperately.
Jeff Smith.
Because the last thing he needed to do at the start of Wednesday was to have more
Second
misses
leg,
on the
it's Tommy
doubles.
to the row first. Game on.
The one thing that proves very recently that you don't have to win Group A to be
123.
successful is when the Netherlands last week in international pairs, they only just got through Group B. They were third behind Ireland and Wales.
140.
But come Saturday night, they were the winners.
60. 140.
Just looking back at the week before that in the Women's Week, which you played in, Trina. Lisa Ashton won,
100.
and she was third in Group B. So maybe that's the tale of the tape. Get yourself in the top 3, finish third, and you're more likely to win.
91.
Yeah, it's not always the situation where the Group A winner
81.
ends up being
If you require
the champion on Saturday
130.
evening. So, you know, is the 2 days off
105.
a hindrance?
Tommy, you require 137.
Certainly appears to be the case sometimes. Now, what does he want to do? Tops? Well, he gets one of them, but
97. Jeff, you
it
require
may not make any
25.
difference. Smith missed the bull on the 130. He
Game
doesn't
shot on the
miss the
second
extra
leg.
25,
Jeff
and it's 2-0 to the Canadian. Now, these guys have
Third
flip-flopped
leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
over the last couple of
Game on.
days. Monday, Tommy averaged 85. Yesterday, 89. Jeff did it the other way around.
97.
He averaged 89 on Monday and 85 yesterday. That gap between 85 and 89 is massive
100.
here this week. It is the difference between victory and defeat.
$81.
I've seen on many occasions over the last 2.5 years since we came to Portsmouth,
100.
someone average 85 for the day and have 38% on doubles and have a lovely Tuesday. Those numbers were not good enough for Smith to get
134.
one single win, showing just how competitive this group is.
100.
Yes, indeed it is. Very tough group. And that is
59.
reflected in the score lines of both days.
6.
He's on 130 again
130.
to get within one leg of snapping his losing streak. Yes,
Game
that's
shot on the
more like
third
it.
leg, Jeff Smith.
Super darts there from Jeff.
Fourth flag, it's Tommy to the row first. Game on.
He must be filled with confidence now.
Bullseyes do that though, don't they?
Yeah,
140.
they give you that extra bit of oomph.
It's an intangible. Now, what we mean by intangible is something that you can't see or you
97.
can't touch. But when you hit a 130 with a bull at the end,
40.
there's a feeling you get when you hit it. And it's one of, yeah, that was fun. And it doesn't matter whether you've been playing for 30 to 40 years or 30 to 40 minutes.
78.
A bullseye finish still has the same feeling.
124.
It's something you should never take for granted as well. You think about players who play day in, day out, doing things like that. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? So just think of every good shot like that as memorable.
100. Jeff, you require 146.
Well, treble 19 was the target.
100.
Well, that's a great shot there
And he
from Jeff to
required
leave himself
97.
16. But will he be back for it?
He will,
57.
and this could
Jeff,
be
you
the
require
most
16.
blistering of starts for Jeff Smith. Hasn't won since Monday afternoon,
12.
and he hasn't won this game
Tommy
yet.
require 40. Game shot on the fourth
We
flag,
continue.
Tommy Morris.
3 mismatched darts by Jeff, opening the door for Tommy to stay alive.
Fifth flag, it's Jeff to throw
Just
first.
when we think we're going to get
Game on.
a somewhat academic victory, of course, fate tells us a tale.
137.
Been led into a false sense of security.
100.
This is now a test of the mental strength of Jeff, which he has got an awful lot of. His CV,
100.
it's almost Hall of Fame-like, without him saying that he's done a great deal that he wants to do. He hasn't won
60.
a Players' Championship event. He's been to a final. He lost to Gary Anderson shortly after getting through Q-School in 2020. I don't want to deviate too much from this table, but
140.
another Smith yesterday was on fire. Ross Smith won a Players' Championship event,
125.
not losing a leg in the
Jeff, you
quarterfinals, the
require
semi-finals, and the final.
124.
Rather ridiculous. Jeff wants to win 4-1. And
92.
this time, I think it's crucial that he's got a different target to aim at.
Yeah, mixing it up a bit.
100. Jeff, you require 32.
So double 16 then for the match.
Game
And he
shot
takes it
and
with his
match,
first
Jeff
dart
Smith.
and gets a win.
He's done very well there. He missed 3 match darts for 4-0. I just wonder if letting one leg slip could be a big factor a little bit later on. We'll get to that in due course. But as it stands, Jeff Smith is now at the top of the table with Mervyn King on 12 points with a very, very good display. 92.63 the average. That 130 on the bull was the highlight.
He wins 4 legs to 1, and now it's Dustin Straver against Mervyn King.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Hello and welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we started with 1 player on 12 points today. Now there are 3. The question remains, will that be the case at the end of this game? The situation that we have at the end of round 1 is very, very simple. Dustin Straver is either part of the process going forward, or he may be cut adrift a little bit. It may be a good thing that he's got Mervyn King in his first game of the day, because if he can beat him, we'll have 3 players on 12 points and 3 players on 10 points. But if King wins, he will create a 6-point gap between top and bottom, and Straver will be firmly behind the 8 ball. As early as game 3, we have a very key contest. What is the right result, Trina, for everybody else in the table? Is it a Straver victory, or is it a King victory?
6.
It's hard to say, really, isn't it? The way that the table's falling all the time, it's you just don't know. But looking at it, I would say
97.
a Straver victory would be better for everyone else.
I concur, because it's all about getting that top spot.
100.
And you want the top spot to be the least amount of points as possible. And a Dustin victory for the second time this week
66.
against King would be very welcomed.
$54.
He has played some of his best darts in round one this week as well. He did start with a 4-0 victory against Tommy Morris on Monday. And yesterday against David Evans, he averaged
23.
96.35 in a 4-1 win. So he's defending a 100% record in his first game of the day.
45.
Yeah, a bit of an edgy start from both players here.
$82.
Well, recovers well with his last start.
We're seeing a lot of people on 2-3-3 these days going 19s first. For two reasons. You get 7 19s, it leaves 100, which is a 2-darter. You get 2 single 19s to start the combination.
26.
You can go 25 to leave 170. It makes a lot of sense. But leaving 162, well, usually it doesn't make sense.
45.
But it doesn't harm him here, because King is adrift.
Well, sometimes you just can't help what you leave.
17.
If you get a deflection. So 17 now for tops.
77. Mervyn, you require 129.
It hasn't been a good start here for Mervyn, scoring-wise. But this would cure what ails you. He doesn't quite get the
91.
tonic.
Dustin, you require 40.
Yeah, some way off there. So a chance now for Dustin to take out tops. And he does so with his second
shot on the
dart
first
right in the
leg.
corner.
Dustin
Yes, it is
Straver.
in, Dustin. You can retrieve your dart.
Second leg, it's Mervyn to the row first. Game on.
I don't know what you think about this, Trina. We've talked about the fact that Mervyn is now playing his 13th consecutive day today.
177.
I think there's going to be a day this week where he really hits the wall. Where it will be a physical and mental struggle
57.
to play steady darts, never mind great darts.
Well,
If he doesn't have that bad day this week, that's more power to him. But I think he will have a bad day this week. It's just a question of when.
41.
well, I think that he is hoping that he gets through today, is the winner of Group A,
100.
and has the opportunity to rest up for the next couple of days.
Yeah, nobody would benefit more from the days off than Mervyn.
However, saying that, I'm sure he'll find a board somewhere.
78.
Portsmouth is a darting town. It always has been.
121.
Even in your early county days, Trina, Hampshire were one of the strongest counties around.
They were indeed, and they've still not got a bad team, to be fair.
95.
Of course, Laura Turner, our colleague, playing for Hampshire too.
Yeah, she used to play for Surrey, but now she plays for Hampshire, which
That's
is her home
correct.
county.
119.
Yeah, we
Mervyn,
don't
you
tend to talk
require
about the fact that
110.
Laura Turner is a Southampton fan in Pompey. Sorry, Laura.
78. Dustin, you require 104.
So Dustin now, a chance here to go 2-0 ahead.
56.
That'll be done now, so
Mervyn, you require
Mervyn, a chance to
32.
level the match. With double 16.
Is this in, Mervyn? That's in. So is that.
Ape shot on the second leg. Mervyn King.
A bit of a showpiece shot from the King.
We bow to thee.
Third leg, it's
Well, he
Dustin
shakes
to
his
throw
head.
first. Game on.
It wasn't on purpose, but he left it, so he got it.
140. $92.
Do you know what ADD stands for in darts?
Go on.
Accidental double-double.
139.
That's exactly what we've just seen.
Makes sense.
And these players have got to be good at adding up, subtracting, multiplying, and a little bit of other mathematics to be good. But it's all about the execution right there with a wonderful 3-treble visit. Mervyn getting himself back in this leg.
140.
It's all about finding angles as well. Moving across the hockey to find routes through to your target.
125.
Yeah, if darts was
Dustin, you
around over
require
2,000 years
82.
ago, maybe Pythagoras would have been good at this. Interesting.
No score.
Oh, what have you just done?
Mervyn, you require 110.
Well, miscounted. And he could be punished here. Double 16. And he
Eggs
is
on a third
indeed
leg.
punished.
Mervyn King.
King moves ahead by 2 legs to 1.
I don't know how everybody else had their eggs this morning, but I
flag,
think
it's
Dustin
Mervyn
might have
to
had
the
his
reverse.
scramble because that's exactly how his
Game on.
brain feels right now. Did he think that he hit the single 13 there? So he had 82, he had a 90, leaves 63. He's hit the treble 13, which leaves double 12. He's gone for the bull because he thought he hit a single. And he
Yeah.
actually hit the bull.
108.
Well, that's a good start to the leg for Dustin. Good to see that mistake in the last leg hasn't affected his first 3 in
86.
this.
How good is King feeling, though, after that 110 checkout? What a steal that was.
Yeah, talk about taking your chances.
121.
People making mistakes and you taking your chances when it occurs.
$140.
Mervyn already showing signs of perspiration. The temperature is going to rise over the next 4 hours or so in Portsmouth by about
78.
6
Mervyn,
or
you
7
require
degrees.
135.
It is going to be hot in here. You just got to be ready for it.
99.
Well, leaves himself
Dustin, you require 122.
double 18. Dustin needs to take this out and he can't do it this time.
25. Mervyn, you require 36.
That miscount really has changed this game.
Gabe
And
shot on the
Mervyn
full
is
flag.
striding
Mervyn
towards being top dog in the table again.
King. Fifth flag. It's Dustin to throw first.
He may be the
Game
person to catch. If you look through his schedule today, he has Tommy Morris in his last game.
135.
But crucially, he plays in game 13, which is the first game of the last round. He could be in a position where he could win this group
140.
in that match before people play again. That's what he wants.
100.
Yeah, no player wants to be in the position where it all depends on what others do as to where you finish in the table. When it's not in your control, it's nail-biting times.
121.
We've seen plenty of times, Trina, over the last few years in this format that if you play game 3 as your first match of the day
48.
at around about 10:15 in the morning, you might get here a little bit later. But this is Mervyn King we're talking about. He was here at 7 a.m.
He definitely puts the work
81.
in. Fair play to him.
He may be good, but he's not 159 out good. Nobody is.
95.
He may just put himself in a match-winning position, though. This'll do.
$139.
Leaves
Dustin, you
himself
require
on double 10.
I'm not sure that was on purpose.
No, I think he went for the 7 there.
That was a little bit too
32.
close to the treble
Mervyn, you
19 for
require
comfort.
20.
But now that he's got 20 left, it is to win. It does win.
Sure,
And Mervyn King is going to be on the throne at the top of the table once again. Everybody's still trying to catch him. But at the end of round 1, everybody's only got 4 more games to catch him. It's a good display from someone who's playing his 13th straight day. 93.68 the average. 4 out of 9 on the doubles was good enough, but crucially in that game, the bust shot on 82 from Straver really did cost him, and he loses by 4 legs to 1. Welcome back. So chapter number 1 is in the books for Wednesday, and we did promise you that we would take it one round at a time, and indeed one game at a time in a very, very tight group. So we will keep you up to date with where people are. Mervyn King is on 14 points. Jeff Smith and David Evans are on 12. They will meet now. And as a result of defeats in round number 1, Tommy Morris and Adrien Gray and Dustin Straver are all languished in the bottom 3 a little bit. Some more than others. They can only watch, as this game will guarantee us another person on 14 points. But who's it going to
First
be?
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
4-2 victory for Evans against Adrien Gray. He averaged nearly 92. A 4-1 victory for Smith in round 1, where he did average 92. Oh, guess what, Trina? This one's pretty hard to call.
100.
It's been the story of the last 2 days.
If it's going to be the story of the week, I really do wish our colleagues who are
97.
taking over from us tomorrow the very best of luck.
Yeah, try and get your head around this one.
59.
Trying to decipher who's going to win this group is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in the dark with chopsticks.
Or just in the light
70.
with your hands.
We've got a couple of people in our production who are very adept at doing Rubik's Cubes.
98.
I used to peel the stickers off.
That's one way to do it. Yeah, that was invented in Hungary, wasn't it? The Rubik's
Was it?
Cube. By
Okay.
Erno Rubik.
85.
Oh, yes, of course it was.
So it's all his fault.
I remember now.
$49. David, you
I
require
wonder what was invented in
124.
Preston. I'll have to look into that. I'm sure something was invented during the Industrial Revolution up there.
92.
Steady start from Dave.
Decides to lay up rather than go for the outshot. As Jeff back on 195, but
121.
pressurises that
David, you
32.
require 32.
It's not an ideal bumper, that one. Now he doesn't need it.
16. Jeffy requires 74.
For someone as talented as Evans, that was a poor visit. He's going to stay at the top of the board, and it's going to work.
On the first leg, Jeff Smith.
It's amazing what a bit of confidence can do.
Absolutely, and his beloved
Second leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
double 18 sees him take that leg. It wasn't very kind to him yesterday, actually, the double 18.
Yeah, I don't think it's been very kind to him all week. I think it was a bit scratchy on Monday. Yesterday, it wasn't good at all. If it works today and he leaves it enough, it could be the magic that he needs to get through this
125.
table. I wonder what Jeff would do in Portsmouth for 2 days if he had 2 days off.
100.
He's very well travelled. He's a very astute 49-year-old man. I'm sure he'd find something very interesting to do.
Couple of nice restaurants.
97.
He went to his favourite restaurant in Portsmouth yesterday.
And
what he ordered was about the size of Hendo's head. He didn't finish it. You can be as hungry as you like, but your appetite can only take you so far.
108. He.
Well, main course found. Dessert
140. David
could
require
have
99.
a flake.
So will he go tops? He finds one of them.
79.
Can't find the second. So a
Jeffy
chance now for
requires
Smith
64.
to take out this 64.
He's not going to leave double 18 again. Haha! Touche! It works!
On the second leg, Jeff Smith.
Maybe he's going to leave it at every possible opportunity. And he's got Dave Evans
Third
thinking,
leg, it's David to
what
the
on
first.
earth is going on here?
Game on.
It could be 2-0 to me.
Well, he's going to keep leaving that double 18 if he can. Going on his past 2 legs. He's hitting it
95.
first start, so he stands in good stead.
The way he's playing on that double 18 today, I wouldn't be surprised if he writes a book about it.
58.
I wonder how many legs he can win today on double 18. You can only win 20 legs in a daily campaign. If he was
44.
to win 10 legs on double 18 today, that might just be enough to win this group. Because you're not going to win it in every leg.
58.
You imagine if someone did that? They won 20 legs in a day and it was all on the same double.
Well, I don't think he'll mind which double it is as long as he gets it.
60.
I remember back to our Southampton days. There's a performance that has a permanent residence in my mind. Keelan Kay of the southwest of England won a match.
97.
He was technically 4 out of 4 on the doubles. But he finished with tops, and he hit 5 double tops in the game. He didn't miss it.
162.
And Evans didn't miss that.
No, a super shot there by Evans. Leaves himself 140.
60. David, you require 140.
And he will have 6 starts at this, should he need it.
$95.
I just wonder if he's going to go 18s on 140. If you get the single, that leaves 122.
134.
You really should go for the
David, you
bull
require
on dart
45.
2. We'll explain that in the next leg. Not again.
25. Jeff, you require
Now he'll hold his
94.
breath and hope that Smith does not pounce again. 82. Interesting. For 60 double 11.
46. David, you require
Not against
20.
that. It is a very frequent target to go for, so why not?
Double 5 then. Finds
shot
it
on the
right
third
in the
leg,
corner
David Evans.
and nicks that leg.
Fourth flag, it's Jeff to
2-1
throw
to
first.
Jeff.
Game on.
Nobody puts David in the corner, but he puts his darts in the corner. Yes, 122 with 2 darts. So let's break it down. 140 left. Most people are going to go for 20s. These days, more people go for 18s. If you get the treble 18, you want another one to leave double 16. That is pretty much a plan A for a few people. But, dependent on where your opponent is in the leg, if you get a single, you leave 122.
100.
If you go 20s and get a single and leave 102, you can't leave a double. But if you get a 25 or a bull with dart 2, you can leave a double. Makes more sense.
123.
It's a soft tip mentality. It's don't waste a dart. And that's slowly permeating the steel tip game. This is something Smith knows all about.
85.
Adrien Gray probably knows it better than anybody in this group.
Two very tight treble 20s there.
108.
Moves across. Has loads of room to put the third in. And does so.
Yeah, that's his 4th of the day now.
134. David, you require
Which means he's got
98.
17 for the week. There is nothing wrong with his 180 hitting.
Can he sneak it in? He can't.
79. Jeff, you require 82.
Doubles again, he says.
Look at that. It's landlocked.
74.
Oh, no. Now,
You require
what could have
19.
been 3 legs to 1 could be 2-2.
Double 4 then. And he finds it
on
with
the
his
full
third
flag,
dart
David
and
Evans.
levels the match at 2 apiece.
I hate to state the obvious here because this game has
Fifth
been
flag, it's
fascinating
David
from start to
throw
finish.
first. Game on.
But both players could have won this 4-0.
Yeah, doubles being the problem.
100.
2 out of 12 for Evans. 2 out of 4 for Smith, but he's been more clinical.
84.
But he's had chances in the last
Check
couple of legs. He
86.
could have realistically walked away from this game already.
Now, if you remember, David yesterday had a spell where his doubles let him down. And it seems to be
140.
being the issue again today.
171.
Super shot there from Jeff.
Very much back in the leg now. They know exactly where they are on the table. When it gets to 14 points, King will have a game in hand, which is next
100.
against Adrien Gray. That's massive for Adrien. If he loses to King, he's out of the running because he would be 6 points behind with only 3 games
93.
left. And a
David, you
massive
require
leg difference
161.
buffer King would have. So we are getting to the nitty-gritty. And we're looking at the bull, but hit it quickly, Dave.
150.
Yes, I would run too.
He was too busy looking
Jeff, you
after the
require
51 points.
151.
And the Canadian looks at the funny side of it, but he's looking to make him feel even worse now.
$49. David, you require 46.
So a chance for Dave. 46 required. Tops he wants. Double 10 then.
36.
Can't find it. He really
you
is struggling
require
on his doubles
102.
today.
What a chance this is. Double 18. And he doesn't find it this
84.
time.
David, you require
That was
10.
so unorthodox, but so Jeff Smith. Oh
No
no!
score.
He doesn't find the corner this time.
Jeff, you require
He's done a
18.
Taylor. He's hit 12s instead of 5s.
The wrong bed.
Wow, it's
Action on the
3-2
fifth flag,
Smith.
Jeff Smith.
I hate to go down the Richie Burnett route here, but Smith is 3-2 up and Evans could be 5-0 up
Sixth
in a
flag,
first to
it's
4
Jeff
match.
to throw first. Game on.
And that man has gone cold. He's not feeling like Stretch anymore. He's feeling more like Lurch.
97.
And the board is singing to him, "You missed." Well, Dave, get your own back. You've still got 2 legs to win. If you can win, you'll feel even better winning 4-3 than if you'd won 4-0.
45.
Because it says something about your character.
Yeah, all is not lost yet.
But this is the kind of game that can psychologically take you out. A loss for Evans would not put him out of the running, but the psychological trauma he's going through right now, it could have a profound effect for the day.
42.
Yeah, that last leg, the losing of that last leg seems to have rocked him a little bit.
140.
Jeff is just piling on the pressure. And this leg, what could be the last leg of the match.
Well, sometimes you've got to say to yourself, am I the Titanic or am I the iceberg? And at the minute, Smith is the iceberg because he's winning.
131.
Well, that's a great shot to leave his beloved double 18 yet again.
He could have won this twice over, and that dart tells you everything you need to know.
Jeffy required.
If he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any at all. Double 18. A crucial victory for Jeff Smith in one of the most pulsating and interesting games that we've had this week. David Evans might just need a minute or two, and he's not going to be back until game number 7. And now he has a 2-game break, and he might need it to recover. But a lot is going to happen between now and then. Smith wins by 4 legs to 2, and he joins Mervyn King on 14 points ahead of his game with Adrien Gray.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to this brilliant day of action, which, quite frankly, can be summed up by the previous game. How David Evans has walked away with a 4-2 loss, he will not know. And Jeff Smith is very much back on the winning train. After losing 5 straight games yesterday, he's won 2 straight today. And if we look at the patterns of the week, when he starts winning, he doesn't tend to stop. But he's not top of the table because Mervyn King is by 1 leg. But with a game in hand. This is that game. And it's a game that Adrien Gray needs to win.
First leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Starting in 5th position on 10 points with 3 other people in pursuit of the king at the start of the day. It's amazing how things can transpire so quickly on a Wednesday. Adrien needs to win this.
140.
Otherwise, he's not going to win this group.
Yes, indeed. And like yesterday, at one point he was top of the table.
59.
So as you say, how quickly things can change.
I hate to bring this up, Forest fans, but this is the best comparison I can give.
140.
Nottingham Forest have been in Champions League qualification spots for as long as I can remember this season. And now they're sitting 7th. And it hasn't taken that long for that slide to happen. It just goes to show that when you have a lot of people on similar points to you with a few games to go, you have a bad week or two, or a bad day or two, or a bad game or two in this format. Things can change really quickly. That's sport. That's why we watch it. Because
53.
it's better than soap
Mervyn, you
operas.
require 136.
I'm sure that's a matter of opinion. Not mine, but I'm sure it is.
96.
Yeah, I've known Steve West for about 24 years. I only learned since he started coming to Portsmouth that he's watched every episode of Hollyoaks.
99. Mervyn, you require
It's quite
40.
sad.
I have to concur. Each to their own.
35.
And that was
Adrien, you
probably
require
the worst case
150.
scenario for King. Now, Adrien in his soft tip career has hit plenty of 150 shots. He's not going to find one here in the steel tip version.
98. Mervyn, you require
Well, it does recover
5.
slightly with his last start, but Merv now throwing for 5. 1, double 2. Double 1 then. Having to move across.
3. Adrien, you require
Well, if you're Adrien
52.
Gray right now, you're thinking, this is my lucky day.
Well, that nearly hit the treble 20.
Game shot on the first
But he
leg,
recovers
Adrien
well.
Gray.
And plants the double 16 to go 1-0 ahead in this match.
Second leg, it's Adrien to throw first.
That first start of
Game
Adrien,
on.
that gives someone who plays this game a bit of a reaction. You get a bit of a tensing of the stomach.
It's a bit of a cringe, isn't it?
It is. In golfing terms, it's a bit like being on a hole
41.
that has a row of houses on the left-hand side, and you hook your drive and you think, uh-oh. And you clench and you think you're waiting for the crash of glass.
It's usually the greenhouse.
83.
Yeah. And then you don't hear something and you think, maybe I didn't wreck somebody's garden or window or something like that.
140.
But fortunately for Adrien, he was able to hit the single 20 and get the leg.
$119.
He doesn't get enough credit for his sense of humour, Adrien. Having a bit of sustenance with him last night, spending a couple of hours with him, it was summed up in 3 words.
100.
I was fine. It's a long story. I won't bore you with it, but it was, in the moment, one of the funniest things I've heard this year.
59.
The only thing these guys are hungry for are points.
60.
Well, he does leave himself a finish. Albeit a big one, but Merv looking to get a chance at a better finish
80.
here.
Adrien, you require 160.
Leaves himself on the same.
Mervyn, you
Well,
require
that seems to happen
160.
more often these days than ever. Flight deflections. Why? There's a YouTube video.
82. Adrien, you require 80.
I think Mervyn was just saying, show your work.
Yeah, he's just confirmed it. He's just give himself a nod of the head to say, yeah, you were right. So top cent.
60. Mervyn's
Not the
last score
first
was
time that's happened this
72.
week for Adrien.
Mervyn, you
A shot
require
at tops,
88.
going lower than the single 20. Beautiful dart. Double 14. Very
Action on
well
the
found.
second leg,
Great
Mervyn
shot.
King.
After all those misses in the first leg, he has put it right.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
And he breaks the throw back. So they're all square.
That was quite an interesting stance that Adrien had on the stage. He was either doing his best teapot impression
100.
or he was doing something for a Julius Caesar style portrait. Get me in my grandeur.
60.
I think he'd make a really good Caesar. As in someone who would lead a bunch of people, not a salad.
100.
Glad you clarified that.
Yeah.
I was just getting hungry.
Oh, that sentence really took a tangent, didn't it?
41.
It is that simple, though, that if Adrien was to lose this game, Mervyn would go to 16 points. Gray would stay on 10. And with 3 rounds to
58.
go, the best total that Adrien could amass would be 16 points. And I don't think that's going to be enough. I can't foresee Mervyn losing the rest of his games today after this.
100.
And you know that Jeff Smith, currently on 14 points, is going to get at least one more victory. And their leg difference is starting to sing, the top two.
57.
King stands right now on plus 10. Jeff Smith plus 9. Let's take one of the chasing pack. Let's take Adrien. Minus 5. He's 15 legs behind
60.
Mervyn. That cannot be ignored anymore.
Merv leaves himself a finish. Adrien needs to find that treble. Does so. Another one would be nice too. And he finds that too.
Mervyn, you require 86.
Note to self, Adrien. If you leave 63 and hit the treble, go for double 12.
78.
Don't do
Adrien, you require 82.
what Dustin Straver did against Mervyn King. Don't bust 82. He nearly got a 19 as well. It is 75. And he's got a covered bull to find. This could be dart of the week.
57.
So close.
Mervyn, you require 8.
So close. So double 4 then for Merv. Nearly in the 13. Double 2. And he finds it with his second dart.
Mervyn King.
Takes the pressure off. That dart nearly
Full flag,
going
it's
into the
Adrien to throw
13.
first.
When he threw that, he
Game
didn't know where it was going. Fortunately, we have these things on dartboards called wires. We don't need VAR.
83.
We don't need another referee. We don't need to go to the monitor or to the booth. We have the board. It tells you whether it's in or out. It's as simple as that.
108.
Super darts. Mervyn King. His first of the match.
108.
Followed by first of the match for Adrien too.
Here we go. Turning the screw.
99.
The intensity's changed on the stage.
98.
Yeah, good plan there from Adrien. I think the 18s was definitely the right call there.
$84. Adrien, you require
Interesting.
140.
Very, very tight fourth leg. Is a ton and a layup enough here? We're about to find out.
Mervyn, you require 138.
Finds the treble 20. Can't find the treble 18.
I think he did the right thing there. A lot of people would say, well, why didn't he go for the second
79.
treble 20 to try and
Adrien,
nestle
you
it in?
require
It's
40.
because it was hit in the bottom half. It was harder for him to hit it.
Game shot on the full flag.
Tactically, I think they both got that right. But Gray, having the darts, meant he got the shot.
Fifth flag. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
So two apiece going into the fifth leg.
57.
It's been their second game of the day, and it was their second game of the week as well. That was a game won by Gray, 4 legs to 3. It was a good game as well. It had 4 maximums. It had some very decent doubling. But it didn't yield
100.
a ton plus checkout. We did get one in their game yesterday of 114 from Adrien, but it wasn't enough to get the victory,
125.
as he would lose 4-3 to King that time. And it feels like this one's going the distance again.
$123.
The tighter this game is, the better it is for Mervyn King. It's as simple as that. Adrien doesn't just need points. He needs to get gaps. He needs that leg difference to change. Somebody, he's going to have to beat 4-1, 4-0 at some point. I just don't know who it could be.
60.
Averages currently 88 plus for Mervyn and 89 plus for Adrien.
140.
He's got to leave 118 here.
55. Mervyn, you require 42.
Doesn't even leave a finish. That could be bad news for the Conqueror.
Double 16 then. Double 8.
26.
And he can't find it, so he will be back.
If Adrien loses this leg, he'd much rather have lost it with King hitting that shot.
41. Mervyn, you require
Because it would have meant
16.
that leaving 163 didn't mean anything. Two fours.
8.
Hang on. The
Adrien, you
door's still
require
open.
122.
I wonder if Mervyn has a towel on the stage or not. Looks like he needs one.
54.
He's had 6 darts
Mervyn, you
from
require
163.
8.
And he's only got to 68. That's 95 points in 2 visits. And he's not going to win the leg after all.
King.
So it's amazing how the thought process can change.
Sixth flag.
He would have
Adrien
felt
to the
better
reverse.
if King had left him on
Game on.
163. Because he did have a chance to win in the end. And one of the big things about fixtures like this, it's the 8-leg swing possibility.
59.
If you can win 4-3 against someone, you can improve your leg difference by 4 and at the same time retract theirs by 4 as well.
99.
We're getting to the stage. That's what Adrien needs. And he's not getting it here. The best he can do
79.
is win the points from 3-2 down. Take King's leg difference to +8 and take his to -3, which still puts him 11 legs behind. And that is something that can't change in one game. That's the long version. The short version is
97.
he's in trouble.
Well, it's neck and neck in this leg.
58.
Trebles are not coming very frequently at the moment.
Okay, back up top.
136.
That's worked out really well. Great use of the board. Good board management.
Did I just say that they weren't coming frequently? And 2 come at once, like buses.
It's always the way.
98.
It's
Adrien,
just
you
the one
require
there.
130.
But it could be a match-winning shot. 130's already changed one game today. It might not change this one.
58. Mervyn, you require 110.
So a chance for Merv to take out this 110.
His second 110 of the day. His other one came against Dustin Straver after the 82 bust shot.
78. Adrien, you require
Not to be this
72.
time, so Adrien a chance to level the match with 72. Finds a treble 17. So double 8 then to go into a deciding leg.
He knows how big this is.
Game shot on his sixth
Absolutely
leg. Adrien
massive.
Gray.
Clinging on for dear life in this table. Doing a wonderful job. And for the
Seventh and
third
final leg. It's
successive
Mervyn
day,
to the row first.
Grey King
Game on.
goes the distance. It's actually the first game that's gone the distance today.
135.
Well, that's a good start from Merv.
$59.
It's always been tough to break Mervyn King in a last leg shootout.
Especially when he's got the darts.
He is of the
99.
school that used to go to tournaments all around the UK and around Europe where you start a tournament best of 5 legs. It's not as much of a thing anymore.
100.
But imagine what you had to do at 9:30 in the morning after you pull a ball out of a bag, because that's what they used to do. And then you're told, go and play best of 5.
100.
The winner is still in, the loser is gone, and you could be thousands of miles from home. You've got to be good from the off and potentially in one-leg shootouts early in the day. And that's exactly what this is.
140. Mervyn, you require 167.
Well, the shot's on. It is on, but he may just lay up.
142.
He didn't, he went for it.
We see the smile from King. I am surprised that he went for that. But it is a match start missed.
100. Mervyn, you require
Should we
25.
say another one? Because he's already missed double 16 in the previous leg. He gets more.
Nine.
Oh boy, he's hit the hole.
Adrien, you require
He's looped it.
102.
What a deflection that was.
Massive.
And now Adrien is now sitting with a chance to steal the game.
And that is a great first dart. So double 16 for the match, and he takes it.
Adrien Gray.
102 finish there for Adrien Gray against Mervyn King.
Wow. What a game that was. Adrien can't quite believe that he's walked away from that game with the victory. He faced 3 match darts from King. He couldn't win by 4 legs to 2. He couldn't win by 4 legs to 3. And in the end, the averages mean very little. But 20 missed darts at double in the match have cost Mervyn King dear. I've got a couple of words for you as you come into our 6th game of the day. And the 2 words are cat and pigeons. Because that's exactly what Adrien Gray's just done with a 102 checkout to beat Mervyn King by 4-3. He has stayed in the race, very much so, with that 4-3 victory. He's still in 4th position, slightly ahead of these two. Now, if Tommy Morris was to get a victory, he would go to 12 points with Evans and Gray. But if Straver wins, he'll go to 10 points with Tommy. And everybody would still have a chance of winning the group with 3 rounds to go.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
But if Dustin loses, he's not mathematically out, but he's most likely gone.
100.
This is one of 12 fixtures over the last couple of days that has seen 1 win apiece.
100.
First game of the week for Dustin Straver. He won 4-0 against Tommy Morris, but yesterday Tommy got his own back. He won 4-1 with a very commanding 50% on the doubles and a much improved average against his Dutch opponent.
60. Tommy, you require 161.
And of course, a cracking 160 outshot.
83.
So chance now for Tommy
78.
to take out this 78.
That's a risk.
38.
Maybe a calculated one, though. Let's see if it pays off. It might not. Oh, no.
First leg,
somebody gambles and then somebody pays the price. The statistics tell you that if you lay up on something like that Tommy just did, with an opponent on, say, a 1-3-3, you're likely to get a shot more times than not. But Straver had other ideas.
60.
And that today is exactly what's going to determine
60.
the outcome of the table.
If he's confronted with the same situation again, let's say he's got 66 with 2 darts left. Does he go 16 bull with Dustin on a finish?
100.
Or does he continue to keep faith that laying up was the right thing to do?
100.
The biggest one in history
46.
obviously was in 1983 in the World Final. Bristow decided not to go for the bull, and Della won the tournament. It has happened
100.
many, many
Dustin, you
times.
require 170.
But statistics, easy for me to say, they state that Morris did the right thing.
98. Tommy, you require 141.
Just on that occasion, it seems like he didn't.
85.
So
Dustin,
a
you
chance
require
now
72.
for Dustin to go 2 legs ahead. Top cent,
52.
just underneath
Tommy,
the
you
wire.
require 56.
So tops now for Tommy. And he finds it with his second dart and levels the match at 1 apiece.
That'll make him feel better.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
These guys are in a very similar situation to Adrien Gray. They're still in the race, but
100.
they're very much in chase mode. Their leg difference is not good. Let's face it, not everybody can have a good leg difference.
41.
Now, if you've had to battle every game, you know, whether it be a 4-3 win or a 4-3 loss, then this is where leg difference plays a massive part
28.
in this system.
And Tommy's already lost by 3 legs in a game today. Straver can say exactly the same.
140.
Both players playing some decent
81.
stuff here. That mid to high 80s average range, which we come to expect from players when they come here.
57. $83.
A raised eyebrow there from Tommy as his second darts just slips into the treble 1. Recovers well with a treble 20. And what a reply there from Dustin. Hitting the maximum to leave himself an 83 out shot.
80. Dustin, you require 83.
Oh, that one stings a bit. He's not laying up. He knows what he's doing. Oh!
58.
I thought for a second he was
Tommy, you
tempted.
require 129.
I'll tell you what, I'll lay up and see if you can hit this. Well, he gets a chance. Bull.
99.
It was online, but the wrong
Dustin,
club.
You require 25.
Well, misses the big 9.
17.
Can't hit the double
Tommy, you
4.
require 30.
The chance now for Tommy. Well, that's some distance away for the double 15.
Yeah,
Well,
on the third leg, Tommy Morris.
What a shot. Now, there is a benefit to missing the double by some distance. At least it's not in the
Fourth
way.
leg, it's Dustin to the
Dart
reverse.
2 is a centimetre wide and it covers the bed, so he has to change the angle. That looks like a
70.
wonder dart that he's just thrown. But actually, from the right-hand side of the oche, it'll feel quite natural to him. His darts, when they go towards the board, they
140.
almost go in sideways. Very reminiscent of Brendan Dolan.
60.
You've just got to be able to work with the way the darts behave. And he's been trying for a good couple of years now to try and straighten them up. I don't think it's ever going to work that way. It's just the way his darts fly naturally out of his hand.
108. 100.
This is a good leg from both of them.
$57. Tommy, you require 121.
He would love another shot at the bullseye.
57. Dustin,
Feels
you
like
require
every leg in this match has
134.
been a coin flip. In poker terms, it's pocket jacks
94.
versus ace king.
Tommy, you require 64.
It doesn't get any tighter.
48.
And he hasn't turned an ace
Dustin, you
there.
require 40.
So chance now for Dustin to level up on tops. Double 10 then. Double
Yeah, it's on
5
the
he
fourth leg.
finds
Dustin Straver.
to level the match at 2 apiece.
And again, the
Fifth
tighter
leg,
this
it's
game
Tommy
is,
to the first.
it doesn't
Game on.
help them. King and Smith in the practice room right now are thinking, because they're so experienced with this
45.
format. Yeah, you keep this tight. You go 4-3. That's fine. We don't care who wins the game. Because they're not making any inroads in the leg
140.
difference column either. King and Smith.
59.
Play each other at the start of round 4.
60.
By the time they play each other, it's going to be really interesting to see who's still in this. We are guaranteed to have at least one
140.
person out by then. But I honestly can't remember the last time in a Group A situation that nobody was out by the 6th game on Wednesday.
140. 38.
Well, Dustin has a
require
chance.
161.
161. He can't do it this time.
$50.
That could be an invitation back into the leg.
140. Dustin, you require
That
111.
was a very brave last start. It only just clung in. Hang on a minute. Double 16. Oh, not again. That
95.
happened to King earlier.
Tommy, you require 79.
Double top to steal the lead.
Yeah,
And it's
on the
there.
fifth leg.
Great
Tommy
shot.
Morris.
Great composure from Tommy Morris. On occasion, in the last
Sixth
18 months
leg,
or
it's
so, we've
Dustin
seen
to the
him
first. Game on.
maybe being a bit impetuous. But right there, he held his nerve spectacularly.
85. $85.
Finds the trouble with his last start.
55.
I'll be looking to punish that score of 55.
You have to fix that second dart. That stem isn't in tight enough.
96.
It's wobbling. That's the last thing you need. When Jensen Walker was here winning Series 10, that happened an awful lot.
57.
The last thing you want to do is throw a dart with a stem that is not fully
97.
screwed in. It might keep going and fall out in mid-flight.
Well, as far as the
140.
aerodynamics are concerned, it's not good.
140. Dustin, you require
I think it's still
164.
moving. The only thing that Tommy wants to move right now
56. Tommy, you require 153.
is himself off the stage with 2 points. And he might just get them.
117.
That was a good
Dustin, you
effort.
require 108.
Welcome to another edition of Tommy Morris's reactions to things. I
60.
think that was his best
Tommy, you
Mr. Bean
require
impression.
36.
Is he holding all of the magic beans? He is in this
Shot
game.
And a match. Tommy Morris.
He's done a very good job there, winning by 2 legs. And that leaves Dustin Straver at the foot of the table, 6 points adrift, with only 6 points to get. And based on his leg difference, it very much looks like Dustin is the first person eliminated from the possibility of winning Group A. It's a 4-2 victory for Tommy Morris. The average is about the same as his weekly average. The 79 checkout was key to get the 3-2 lead.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Darting Funhouse in Portsmouth. And no, I'm not Pat Sharp, and we don't have identical twins on the stage, but this is what we do have. Results from the first couple of rounds today. We've seen David Evans start with a victory of 4-2 against Adrien Gray. And then after that, a 4-2 loss to Jeff Smith in a game that I think he would like to put in the bin. He really should have won it. Possibly. He could have won the first 5 legs. But the table, this is really interesting. Because Mervyn at the top, by 1 leg, in the legs 1 column, over Jeff Smith. It can't get much tighter than that. But Evans, who now takes on King, it feels like he's got to win this game. Otherwise, Mervyn's going to be 4 points ahead of him with 2 rounds to go. This is crunch time now. This is where the people at the top of the table can really make their advantage hurt the people behind them. So destiny is in the hands of King right now, but Evans would love to equalise the points total of King. And if Smith was to lose to Straver next, we then have 3 players on 14 points with 2 rounds to go. Many possibilities.
Game on.
The best time to find out what happens next is now. So don't leave us.
Well, after all them facts
59.
and figures, I'm completely lost.
I sincerely hope that Dave isn't, because his previous game that we referenced just now against
100.
Smith, I sincerely hope that he's been able to iron out the creases and forget about that coming into this, because if he doesn't,
54.
it can infect his performance here.
Yeah, his doubles being a major problem in his last game
40.
against Jeff Smith, only hitting 2 out of 16. So he really needs to address that.
60.
Just to rub a little bit of salt in the wound, he hasn't beaten Mervyn this week yet.
Well, I'm sure he's aware of that too.
125.
There's nobody in this group that knows more about head-to-head records, intricacies, table behaviour, than Dave Evans.
134.
Nobody asks more questions than David. He wants to know everything going into a game. It's just the way he is. There's nothing wrong with that.
55.
But every now and again, a little bit of ignorance is bliss. Can be a strong mindset.
139.
Well, leaves it nicely to come back for 54. And all Merv can do is try and pressure.
87. David, you require 54.
So 54 then for Dave. For tops. For double 10. And he
It's
takes
on the
it with
first
his
leg,
third dart
David Evans.
and gets the first leg on the board of this match.
Second leg, it's
That'll do him the
Mervyn
world
to
of good.
first. Game on.
Forgetting about the previous performance and moving on into this one. But the same story befalls Mervyn King. He lost 4-3 to Adrien
59.
Gray not that long ago. That is a game he will feel he should have won, but he did miss 3 match darts. As a result of that, he is still on 14 points and not on 16. If he had won that game, he could effectively have eliminated Evans in this match.
140.
Now he doesn't have that luxury. Are you a fan of
87.
translucent flights, Trina? The ones that Dave's got here where you can see right through them?
Not so sure. Mine are a little translucent, but
6.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. You can you can see the treble more where you're going. I guess. Don't know, it's each to their own, isn't it? Really.
The first person I ever met who used flights that were completely see-through
55.
is someone I think you've met, Steve Duke Sr. from Australia.
Yep.
He's always used translucent flights. Fabulous player. But whenever I see them,
58.
they remind me of something. If you've ever seen Superman 2, where General Zod and his army are sent to the Phantom Zone and their faces are floating through space, that's what they look like.
Well, of course, that would be the first thing that came to my mind as well. Not.
I'm just showing my inner geek.
Yeah, your knowledge of movies is far better than mine.
Oh, it's not quite as good as one of our backroom staff, Paul. He's a film buff. I think we'd do pretty good on the old entertainment section of Eggheads.
81. Mervyn, you require 124.
So a chance now for Merv to take out this 1-2-4. Treble 18, bull is the shot. He finds the treble 18. Can he find the bullseye?
99.
Not quite.
David, you require 98.
Other parts of the world, that would be known as a semi-bull or not the double bull.
58. Mervyn,
Evans
you
doesn't
require
need
25.
any form of bull.
Double 8 then. Moves across the hockey yet again to find a pathway
17.
through, but he can't.
David, you require 40.
So David, a chance at tops.
I get the feeling that Mervyn's starting to struggle.
Game shot.
He's struggling in the game as well because he's 2-0 down.
Third leg, it's David to the row first. Game on.
Yeah, Merv looks tired. He looks hot and bothered.
One of the benefits of not having any hair is that if you have a towel on the stage, you can just mop your entire head without messing your hair up. So it's something you should probably do at the end of every leg. Andy Smith used to do this quite often when he was on stages.
Yeah, he did. The Pie Man.
You played county with Andy, didn't you?
I did, years ago. We played for Warwickshire together.
Back when he had hair.
Back when he had hair, yes.
100.
And curly locks they were as well.
Oh, yeah, I've got photos. He was a rather fetching chap back in the day, wasn't he, Andy Smith? I still don't even know why he's called the Pie Man.
I'm not 100% sure on that, to be fair.
140.
Because he ate all the pies?
Well, very possibly. Because he did once get thrown out of a Chinese establishment for
100.
eating too much.
David, you require 140.
Did he?
He did in Germany. Oh, this is a tricky single.
85.
Better there than low. That is not a bad dart at all.
Well, he has a little bit of time
97.
on this as well.
David,
Mervyn, what have you
require
just done?
55.
What have you just done? Double 10 for Evans.
35.
And now Mervyn sees himself on 166.
$132. David, you
Well,
require 20.
he leaves himself on 34, but will he get a chance at it? As David goes for double 10.
Game shot
Well, there
on
goes the
third
leg.
David Evans.
The only thing I can even conceive of in that leg
Fourth leg. It's
is that
Mervyn to
King
the
was
first.
playing mind
Game
games
on.
in leaving a bogey number and a strange double at the end to try and deflect the focus of Evans. If that's what he was
100.
trying, fair enough. If it had worked, he would have looked like a genius. But Evans had chances. He took one. He's 3-0 up. They say there's no defence in darts,
119.
but you can sometimes try something different to get the attention of your opponent.
81.
I'm convinced that's why Phil Taylor used to constantly leave bogey numbers. Because he'd have us thinking, well, why has he done that then?
And
We're
then
not focusing on what we're doing. We're focusing on what he's doing.
Exactly that.
140.
Your full concentration is not on your own game then. It puts that little bit of doubt in your head.
140.
Oh, the ironic round of applause for the 140 there from King. He wouldn't mind another one.
96.
It is match point Evans. And no matter what happens in this visit, David will have a chance to win this match 4-0 for 2 points and an 8-leg swing.
140. David, you require
in leg difference.
146.
Well, it won't be going this time.
56.
And Merv has a chance
Mervyn, you require
to take out this
40.
tops for his first leg on the board in this match. So double 10 now. And he
Game
finds
shot
it with
on
his
the fourth
second
leg,
dart.
Mervyn King.
And does indeed find that leg that he so much requires.
Fifth leg, it's David.
It
to the
limits the
first.
damage.
Game on.
That's what we can say at this juncture. But the nature of this sport
140.
is one of, if you're 3-1 up, there are no guarantees you're going to win. Think about the Grand Slam that Scott Waits won. He was 8-0 down in the final.
93.
He won. There have been incredible comebacks in World Championship matches. You can get as many sets as you want. If you don't get the last one, you don't win it.
81.
Just imagine how Martin Adams felt when he was playing Phil Nixon.
Yeah, what a game that was.
140.
Yeah, that was shortly after Mervyn decided to move to the Professional Darts Corporation. That was a very interesting time in darts.
60.
It does feel like everybody's more on the same page these days, which is very nice.
Yeah, you can play anywhere, basically.
140.
What was Dave looking at there? Well, he's at altitude and we're not, so maybe he can see and hear things that we can't.
Perhaps it was a cloud. He's so tall. He's in the
41.
clouds.
Mervyn, you require
Oh, there's a
128.
merchandising opportunity for David Evans fans. Cloud hats.
$88.
Yeah, very well found. King is getting himself back into this.
Indeed he is. And all Evans can do at the moment is try and pressurise.
40.
Give himself a chance, but
Mervyn, you require 40.
that's just not good enough. So Merv, a chance for tops.
Game shot on the fifth
He's
leg.
very much
Mervyn
back in
King.
this game. It's now back on throw.
Sixth flag. It's
A really
Mervyn to
strange
the
thing happened in the previous leg. David
Come
Evans
on.
had one dart at the top of the board. And with the way the lights were shining on the board, his flight was blue. And then he hit that flight and it turned translucent. It looked like a magic trick.
134.
But this is not entertainment anymore for David. This is torture. And there's a 10-point gap in the averages.
97.
Well, he threw under there with his first two darts, decides to switch to the 19s and does find the treble 19.
140.
When you're going through the ringer and you're a bit tired, reactions can be exacerbated. Like that one on dart 1.
60.
It's almost like he was going to offer dart 1 outside.
Yeah.
You, me, outside right now.
83.
Yeah, if looks could kill.
That's a heart song, isn't it? The next line is, you'll be lying on the floor.
95. Mervyn, you require 144.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't write songs like that anymore.
94.
Oh, it's beautiful. What has happened in this game? David Evans was staring at 4-0. He didn't get a concrete shot to win the game by the best possible margin.
108.
But he would get a
Mervyn, you
chance to win
require
4-2 if King doesn't take this out. And it's going to be 10 tops. Here's his chance.
David, you require 69.
This is not only big for Evans, this is big for Jeff Smith as well. He's got the game in hand. Evans has tops for 14 points.
Game shot. And the
It's
match,
huge.
David
He
Evans.
doesn't know how he's done it, but he has done it, and King has lost his last 2 games to Gray and to Stretch. We now have 3 players on 14 points in the table ahead of the Straver Smith game. That one was topsy-turvy to say the least. And the person with the higher average loses. Mervyn was 3-0 down. He was staring at 3-3. Then all of a sudden, one mistake, and Evans wins by 4 legs to 2.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Can
Couldn't
he
get the
get
job
it?
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back, and things are still bedlam-like here in Hampshire. And now the Canadian Jeff Smith returns to the hockey for the 3rd time today, and he's got some good news because Mervyn King, the person he's been chasing all day long, has lost twice in a row, meaning that Smith, without throwing a dart in round number 3 yet, has returned to the top of the table. For now. He will stay there throughout this round if he wins this game against the person
First
in
leg,
6th.
it's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Now, Dustin Straver is not going to win this group. He's too far adrift. He's 6 points behind Jeff Smith as it stands, and his leg difference is 19 legs behind. That is something
96.
he cannot bridge. Making this game all about Jeff.
60.
He's obviously not going to win the group by winning this match, but if he can get the points and then beat Mervyn King in the next round,
100.
that would get him to 18 points and put him very, very close.
100.
18 points is the smallest total of points that has ever been amassed to win a Group A.
100.
It's happened 3 times.
81.
You don't care how many points you get as long as you win.
That's it. It's all about accumulating enough points to win your group.
53.
So, and this group has just been all over the place this week.
95. Jeff, you require 150.
I think I've got a really good word to describe this group. But let's look at this finish. Okay, that was interesting. Was he going for treble 18, double 19?
96.
Or was he thinking of something else, like a layup?
100. Jeff, you require.
It's going to be 20 for
56.
double 18. Oh, no, he's going to change his mind. That's the last time I try and predict what Jeff Smith does.
Game shot on the first leg. Jeff Smith.
Well, I think he's doing it deliberately, just to wind you up, Nico.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's done it
Second
before.
leg. It's Dustin to the row first.
Yeah, the word that I would use to describe this group, abstract.
95.
Abstract, yes.
You walk into a gallery and you see a bit of abstract art by A.F. Clint or something like that. And you look at it and you think, what's that? And you stare at it and you stare at it and stare at it and you think, I don't know what it is,
64.
but I like it. At least that's how I would look at it anyway. And this is an unfinished masterpiece. A bit like Schubert's symphony.
58.
But who's going to finish it off?
60.
Well, that's a great cover shot there from Jeff.
Yesterday you said you've been to Canada, Trina.
I have.
What's your favourite thing about it?
81.
Well, Niagara Falls was beautiful. It's a chance that we had to take in the sights a little bit, but I really enjoyed. The people are lovely.
139.
And yeah, I really enjoyed the Saskatoon Open. The people are really, really nice.
Jeff, you require
I'd have to
110.
concur. Canadian people, some of the most amazing people on earth. Some of them are great dart players.
Game
like
shot
Jeff
on the
Smith, who's
second
2-0
leg.
up.
Jeff Smith.
He is keeping his opponents
Third leg,
silent
it's Jeff
today.
to the row first.
He is not
Game
putting many footsteps wrong. That double 18 starting to sing again as well.
96.
Yeah, I think Canadian people, very much top of the list. Great bunch of folk. And their famous drink, of
100.
course, which is the classic Caesar. It's very much like a Bloody Mary, but made with clamato juice, which is a clam and tomato
100.
cocktail juice.
Oh, really? Okay.
They are a bit of a national institution.
That don't sound too
140.
clever, to be honest.
They're amazing. Ask Anastasia next time you speak to
Yeah,
Anna.
okay.
She's
I
a
will do.
big fan.
131.
This is one of the things about traveling the world with this sport. You get to learn things about different
45.
countries and how they play the game. And obviously, based on some of the tendencies of Smith today, Canadians and North Americans play the game slightly differently to Europeans.
58. 100. Jeff, you require
So Jeff, a chance.
116.
116.
Oh, this would be an amazing treble 19. Look at that. He is sharp today,
76.
but not sharp enough on the
Dustin, you require
tops.
116.
Treble 20. He needs to find, and he can't.
58.
Oh, this
Jeff,
is
you
getting away
require
from Dustin
40.
quickly. And this is bad news for everybody chasing the top spot.
Game
Apart
shot
from
on
the man
third
who's
leg,
leading.
Jeff Smith. Fourth flag, it's Dustin to the row first. Game on.
Now, I know that we've looked at certain situations over the last couple of days, Trina, but how about this one? He could win this group on 20 points
125.
by having two perfect days and one day where he doesn't win a game. That's still possible.
It's bizarre. That's what it is.
140.
It would make for a very interesting interview at the end of the day.
Yeah, indeed it would.
100.
And on Monday, we were talking about Bob Geldof. He doesn't like Mondays. Well, I don't think Jeff Smith likes Tuesdays.
100.
It's turning into a song by The Cure. If he wins the group, he doesn't care about Friday anymore. He's all about the Saturday, which is the Bay City Rollers.
41.
Starting to sound like a countdown with Tony Blackburn, isn't it?
Showing your age again, Nico.
Yeah, and my trouser collection.
45. Jeff, you require.
Well, Smith wants to trouser this. A 4-0 victory would be catastrophic for everybody else, bar him.
94.
Beautifully done. He is staring 4-0 in the face. And we have not had a 4-0 scoreline in this group since
Jeff,
Smith beat Morris
70.
on Monday afternoon.
$38.
We still have
Dustin,
to wait.
You require 56.
Double top to stay alive.
46.
And his chances
Jeff, you
might be
require
dead.
32.
It's double 16 then for Smith to wrap this encounter up. Double 4 then. And he can't
24.
find it.
Dustin,
So
you
gives
require
Dustin a
10.
chance.
Is Jeff Smith starting to feel the heat on the stage as well? He's wiping his glasses. He might be getting a little bit
On the
of
full flag,
condensation.
Dustin Straver.
And this game will have to continue.
Fifth flag, it's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
4 match darts missed. And as of right now, we don't know how valuable that leg was.
134.
We said earlier that between Jeff and Mervyn at one point today, they were separated by 1 leg of darts. Not winning this game by 4 legs to 0 could be the difference between playing tomorrow and not.
$59.
Is he going to fill it up here?
108.
He does.
He.
And that'll be very welcomed by Dustin.
This is also a leg where
98.
Dustin can break. But not with darts that do that.
This is where you need that little bit of
40.
luck. Crucial times, you do not need a bounce out.
$60. Dustin, you require 141.
This leg is very much in the balance. That's a great last dart.
If you require 150.
Makes the next shot a lot easier. However, if the 150 had gone, it wouldn't have made any difference.
43. Dustin, you require 52.
So double 16 now.
20. Jeff, you require 107.
Can anybody sense the curtains drawing? We should say the drapes, shouldn't we? But that means the shot can't be
25.
closed out.
Dustin, you require 32.
That felt like a bit of an angry visit.
Yeah, just thrown.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And he
Dustin
takes
Straver.
the leg to go one step closer to
Sixth
drawing
flag,
level.
it's Dustin to the
And that was a
first.
break of throw.
Game on.
So he needs to hold his darts now to move into
100.
a deciding leg.
This game could have been finished in about 7 minutes 20, which would have been the quickest game of the week.
135.
Now it's becoming arduous.
$43. $100.
Tons are good at this stage.
Dustin really needs to find at least a 2 treble visit. Not them trebles, Dustin.
90. $58.
It's not a match-winning shot, but he may be about to get one. What's his target?
60.
Something like 110? Maybe 68?
$96.
That'll work. It will be interesting to see where he goes. He's been trying to cultivate chances at double 18 all day long.
44. Jeff, you
It could
require
be
112.
treble 20, 16, double 18, or something in the 19s that leaves double 18.
94. Dustin, you require 164.
Well, it doesn't quite make the shot, so Dustin a chance at this 164. And it can't be done. So Jeff will return for double 9.
This is a spot where Jeff's got to take a deep breath.
18.
He's had 5 match darts. He wants this game finished. It is finished. And it'll be nothing more than relief for the silencer, who could have won 4-0. He was stopped in leg 4. He was stopped in leg 5. But then when it came to leg 6, he just about gets over the line. It could have been a wonderful display because he was bossing the match. But in the end, it's 2 valuable points ahead of our last game of this round, which is Morris against Gray. We now approach the end of round 3 for Wednesday, which is always a point in the week where we can either book someone's invitation to Saturday or continue to tell the story. We are deciding to continue to telling the story, because this story is far from told. Jeff Smith is top of the table, but he still has Mervyn King in pursuit, David Evans in pursuit, and the winner of this game. Whoever wins will still have a great chance of completing their mission in Group A, but the loser will most definitely be playing the next 2 days instead.
First leg, it's Adrien to throw first. Game on.
However, their leg differences, they have to change. If somebody wins this match by a distance, they have a better chance of staying in the race than if they win 4-3.
140.
We've been playing from that hymn sheet all day long. And nobody wants to win 4-0 anymore, Trina.
No. And isn't that rare?
We all want to, but they aren't.
60.
We've had 38 games in this group.
60.
Only twice has someone won to 0. And Tommy Morris has lost 4-0 twice. So he's the only person who has been handed a bagel.
100.
But that seems like a long time ago. He was a very different player on Monday.
Yes, he was indeed.
68.
He didn't start off very well, but grew through the day. And then Tuesday grew even more.
He was 22% on doubles on Monday, was Tommy. Yesterday, 36%,
60.
which is a lot better. Today, he is 5 from 14.
59. Adrien, you require 141.
So it's a little bit better than, say, a 34% mark. He would like to improve a little bit more.
$85.
Gray leaves himself on 56. See what pressure Tommy can apply here.
98. Adrien, you require 56.
I can confidently say this is going to be 16 tops. I don't think Adrian's going to try and trip us up.
$36. Tommy, you require 116.
So, Tommy, a chance at this 116, and if he does take it out, double 12 it is.
104.
I was going to say, if he does
Adrien,
take
you
it out,
require 20.
then it would have been a breaker throw.
He doesn't get the accidental double-double. That's in the same hole as the previous shot.
That's close. Can he use the barrels now?
I think that second flight is in the way.
No score.
That
Tommy, you
really
require
looked like a
12.
good guide. But look at where he threw it from. That third dart, it was well left.
Game shot on the first
Tommy
leg.
finds
Tommy Morris.
double 3 to take the first leg, and is a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
The phrase bitter pill to swallow was very much signified right there. And always is. When you lose a leg, you should have won.
Yeah, there are 2 darts of Adrian's on that double 10.
47.
And then having to move across. He still couldn't find the target.
140.
Have you ever heard John Part talking about should and could? He believes that you should win a leg doesn't
41.
exist. He thinks that you could win a leg is what exists. We've all been there. We've all been
91.
massively ahead in a leg and lost one. But thought process is we can all win legs, but there's no leg we should win. They're just legs that we could win.
100.
Okay, that's a good
Tommy,
way of
you
thinking, I
require
guess.
170.
Where's the bullseye?
128.
That would have been the fastest 170 ever.
I couldn't keep up then.
He knows what he was doing.
They're all playing with us today.
Well, that 170 was like
137.
1984 all over again.
Tommy, you require
That was Arnie going
47.
for the Uzi 9mm.
Game shot
And
on the
he's 2-0
second
up.
leg. Tommy Morris.
Hasn't taken him long. Just a shade over 4.5 minutes for
Third
2
leg,
legs.
it's Adrien to throw first.
If he plays somebody
Game on.
really, really fast, say Tom Sykes or Brian Roman, Tommy Morris genuinely could break the record for the fastest game completed here. But he needs the right opponent to do that.
85.
Adrien is not that opponent.
100.
He's not letting you down, Trina. He's 2-0 up. If he gets 2 more legs, he's on 14 points and he's only 2 behind the top spot.
55.
He's got Evans left and he's got Mervyn King left.
Now then.
100.
And they're both above him, which in this situation is a good thing.
However, Tommy did beat Merv yesterday. In the final... No, not yesterday, sorry. Monday. In the final day match of the day.
140.
But Merv got his own back yesterday.
40.
Yeah, nice response here from Adi, who will still believe that he can dig his way out of this one, but he's currently in the live table in position 5. It looks drastic.
28.
I think if he's going to win this group, he's going to have to win the next 4 legs, because his leg difference is starting to stare at me.
$30.
Well, Tommy doesn't take advantage there of Adrian's previous visit of 28.
Yeah, Gray's not having a good game here. He hasn't hit a double. He's not averaging well.
41.
There's no power scoring there at all, really.
140. Adrien, you require 152.
He's only scored 69 points in his last 2 visits.
Well, he does find the treble 20 with his last start, which gives him an outside chance if Tommy doesn't take out this 91.
But he might. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Lethal.
third leg. Tommy
And that's
Morris.
exactly what Adrien did not want to hear. Sometimes you don't have to look at the board to realise what's
Fourth
happened.
leg, it's
You just
Tommy
have to
to
listen
throw
to the
first.
referee.
Yeah, absolutely. And he
Game
stood on the edge of the stage then, shaking his head.
Have you ever been there?
Of course.
Looking away from the board thinking, don't say it.
Absolutely.
100.
Don't say it. And it hurts when you get the wrong words.
It does.
I will never, ever forget.
55.
Although I have forgiven him since. I was in a last set shootout with Robert Thornton at the World Championship.
100.
3 sets all. We're in best of 11 in the last set. I'm sitting on 58. He's got 130. And I thought, don't you dare.
100.
And he did.
The noise when he hit the bullseye. Oh my word, it was deafening.
140.
Them moments are sickening, aren't they?
Now, this may be
Tommy
the
require
thing that takes Adrien Gray out of this group. This is not a good situation.
130.
We might just see Tommy Morris win 4-0, which really would vault him into contention. He's on the verge of hurdling
140.
Adrien
Tommy
and David,
24.
and getting very close to Mervyn in second spot.
The
4-0 victory is his.
Tommy Morris.
And in about 9.5 minutes, he's taken out Adrien Gray and left him in 5th position in a spot that really he's not going to find very fruitful at all. Tommy was the better player in that one by some distance, and the early misses at double cost Adrien Gray really dear. Tommy's back in contention. He's up to 3rd. But next, after the break, it's going to be King against Smith in a battle of the top 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Yes, we've got King against Smith, but you're going to have to wait because we're going to go through some previous results first. David Evans beating Mervyn King. That was good news for Smith. Smith beating Straver was good for Smith. And Tommy Morris beating Adrien Gray was good for Tommy because that has put him in 3rd position in the table ahead of the start of round number 4. Our next game will be between Smith and King, and if Smith wins, he will be in with a fantastic chance of winning this group. Morris and Evans are still in pursuit, but Gray and Straver have left themselves with too much to do. What is it they say, MCs? This is the one you've been waiting for? I suppose it is. Two very good friends. They have a win apiece against each other this week. And Jeff Smith is once again coming into round 4 undefeated like he was on Monday. But the win for Smith would get him to 18 points. The win for King would get him to 16 with Smith, causing more chaos. But quite frankly, it's like we live in Tornado Alley right now because chaos is just what we do.
140.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
He doesn't live too far from here, Jeff Stelling.
Does he not?
He's just up the road.
96.
If you take two of the biggest sporting broadcasters of the last 50 years, one of them lives just to the right of us, and one of them lives just to the left of us, geographically. Des Lynham and Jeff Stelling.
Now then, learn something new every day.
60.
I think they understand just how big this game is.
134.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, it's either going to be a cracker or it's going to be a bit edgy.
59. Mervyn, you require 128.
Well,
Trim off the 25 when you get the treble one there. That's absolutely the right thing to do.
24.
But do you think he's happy with 24? Absolutely not.
Mervyn, you require 104.
Well, he's got a bit of time here, but he'll want to get it wrapped up. Finds the treble 18 somehow. Double 16.
88.
I said it earlier in the week. Nobody goes right on the oche like King and hits more targets. He's done it his entire career.
134. Mervyn, you require 16.
He'll stay left. Now go right. And now go south.
Game shot on the first leg.
He walks away with the first leg, having not given Smith a chance at a double. What he would give for a few more legs like that.
First. Game on.
That's how you beat Smith. Just don't give him chances.
$140.
Well, that's what darts is all about, isn't it? It's creating opportunities and taking them when you can. Also,
40.
if your opponent makes mistakes, is jumping on that and getting the job done.
58.
The only way you can stop people from getting chances is if you outscore them and take the leg before they even get there towards the end.
140.
In other sports, there are minimal amounts of defense, and in some sports there's no defense.
133.
If you're playing stroke play golf, it's not like you can throw a tree in the way of your opponent's shot. You got the same obstacles. You just have to do better than they do.
140.
And that's the same here.
170.
But they do have advantages of throw in this sport, and you have to make the most of them.
That is true.
100.
So a nice ton there, leaves him 70, and he will be back for that. It's Mervyn back on 181. Would love a treble.
60.
And he can't find it.
Jeff, you require 70.
$16. Oh, okay. That wasn't part of the plan. But that was.
Game shot on his second leg. Jeff Smith.
Okay, you confused yourself this time, Jeff.
Holds his hands up, but it's a double.
Third leg. It's Mervyn to the
And
reverse.
he's hit it.
Game on.
That's all that matters.
I think you subscribe to the same rule as most of us, Trina, that apologising in darts is something that happens too much these days. But I can understand
58.
why Jeff did that, because he did it via an accidental route. He didn't mean to leave double 10, and that's why the hands went up.
I agree. There's too much apologising.
140.
Do you know what? Let's take it to the extreme. This is why people shouldn't apologise in darts. The reason you play the game is because you want to win legs.
100.
Imagine if you've just had surgery and then you start waking up after your anaesthetic. And then your surgeon is there and says, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I fixed you." Well, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? Because that was his job. So why would you apologise for winning a leg when that is the aim?
You're doing your job.
Where's Roy Keane when you need him? That's what he usually says. It's your job.
85.
Jeff just pulling his dart there into the 5 segment. Reaching a little bit.
140.
That puts the pressure on.
The moment you said that word reach, I've now got S Club 7 in my head.
For the stars.
That's what they want.
99.
You got 10 on your shirt.
106.
Oh, yeah.
So many that one time you had a dart shirt where I'll not bother having 10 stars. I'll just put 1 star and a 10 next to it.
Yeah, that's true.
98.
There wasn't
You
room.
require
I was thinner
96.
then.
That always tickled me, that shirt. Where are we going next, Jeff?
76. Mervyn, you require
Could have been a
8.
2-1 lead for the Canadian. And it might just be that same lead for King.
Can he find double 2 with his third and final
4.
dart? He can't.
Jeff,
So an
you
opportunity
require
for Jeff
20.
to take out his double 10.
Top half of double 10 is the aiming point. And that's
Next on the
exactly what he
third leg,
finds.
Jeff Smith.
2 legs, 2 double 10s,
Full flag. It's
and
Jeff
2
to
legs
throw
away
first. Game
from
on.
having 1 foot into finals night once again.
108.
And this is where things get really interesting, because there are 2 fixtures left per player. If
42.
Jeff Smith wins this game, Mervyn King can't win this group.
$93.
But because other people have 2 fixtures left, they could. We looked at the odds earlier today. Mervyn King was favourite. He was slightly odds on at 4-5. Jeff Smith wasn't far behind him. If we looked at the odds right now, they would be heavily in favour of the Canadian now.
Yes, indeed, they would.
And this one's getting away from Mervyn. That dream of 2 days off is dwindling.
99. Jeff, you require 88.
Indeed it is. And Jeff, he's 88 now. Well, that's a slipped dart.
27.
Well, that was a very peculiar look from Jeff. One of, well, that wasn't the plan. I can't leave double 18 from 59.
108.
Well, that's a superb last start there from
Jeff's
King.
last score was 29. Jeff, you require
Sneaking it
59.
over the top of those 2 perfect treble 20s and finding another. But will he be back for tops, as Jeff needs tops himself? Double 10 then.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jeff
Third
Smith.
time in the match. Double 10 is now his best friend.
5th leg.
Double
It's
18's
Mervyn
going to
to
be
the
getting
right
jealous,
first.
you know.
Game on.
Never thought about it like that. Never thought of a double getting jealous.
56.
Oh, yeah, it happens.
Does that mean that double 18 is going to turn green?
131.
That would be funny if somebody created a dartboard where the colour of the segments changed periodically.
100.
Oh, all of a sudden the treble 20's yellow. Now it's purple.
That would be so confusing because we're so used, our brain is so used to seeing the relevant colours of
6.
each number.
Absolutely. Yeah, back in the day we used to have dartboards with a black bullseye.
I just about remember then. You're showing your age again.
I know, yeah.
137.
The early days of bullseye, they used to have a treble 20 that was red, but the 20 was white. Well, not white, it was beige.
68.
Cream.
How would a painter describe it? Magnolia. Sounds a bit nicer, doesn't it?
54.
He can sense that the end is nigh.
96. Mervyn, you require
But
154.
surely Mervyn's not going to make it that easy.
Well, treble 20 was the target, but not to be found. And all he can do now is set it up with the hope that he can
122.
return.
Jeff, you require 146.
Match point. And to put Mervyn King out. Again, it was the right player.
105. Mervyn, you require
Just didn't execute
32.
it. King to stay alive. This is a dual battle he's having right now. You can still see it if you go to the right-hand side. But this will go in sideways. Oh, there wasn't a gap there, surely.
Jeff, you require
My
41.
word, that is just so unlucky.
Now it's definitely match point. It's not double 10. It is double
Shot and the
16.
match,
And Jeff Smith eliminates Mervyn King from Group A. There are plenty of other people who can win this group, but Jeff Smith is most likely going to do it. He's only got one game left and he's already on 18 points. And this is more like the stuff that we saw from him on Monday. Tuesday is long forgotten. He's 4 wins from 4 on Wednesday. And on this occasion, with 4 out of 6 on the doubles and a 94 plus average, he puts himself almost in Saturday night. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and it's time to change the narrative a little bit. Because now that Mervyn King, who's in second position in the table, he's now eliminated. He cannot top the table because he only has one game left. Tommy Morris and David Evans have 2 left. One thing we can tell you is that whoever loses this game is also gone.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
But whoever wins it, they might
95.
not have done enough because it's all about the leg difference now. Just to keep you abreast of the situation, Jeff Smith, 18 points, plus 14.
100.
The worst possible result for Jeff now is 18 points. And a leg difference of
100.
plus 10. Now David Evans knows with his leg difference position,
100.
even as tall as he is, it's a mountain to climb. Same for Tommy Morris. They might just have left themselves with too much to do.
But, as you say, the way things have gone,
55.
it's all going to be about what other people do as well.
Well, we've had some
59.
elves on the case in the last few minutes because this group has been chaos for the last couple of days. And every single scenario has been computed.
108.
Every possibility has been
Tommy
computed.
required 167.
And we have it on good authority now that Jeff Smith has won the
95.
group.
David, you require 66.
And it's all about the leg difference. I'm not sure if these guys know that, though. Maybe in their guts they will know it. And we get our first ironic thumbs up of the day.
26. Tommy, you require
There it is, that
72.
thumbs up we sent yesterday. So tops now. Tommy to take the first leg.
52. David, you require 40.
So chance now for Evans on tops. Double 5 then.
35. Tommy, you require
That one had some
20.
gusto. Somebody framed that up.
That was a definite thumbs up. Will it be thumbs up for Tommy here? Can he find a way through?
Oh
He
my
can.
God.
First leg,
That's
Tommy
ridiculous. Honestly, that dart had so much bend on it, you may as well call
Second
it Roberto
leg, it's David
Carlos.
to throw first. Game on.
That is without a doubt the best dart he's thrown this week. That was ridiculous. I wonder what Jeff's going to do with his 2 days off now. He's going to be back on Saturday night, and that's the first thing that we need to tell you. The second thing is, if you're a big fan of Jeff Smith, why don't you come and watch him on Saturday night? Get yourself over to dartshop.tv and look for Series 11, Week 1,
97.
Finals Night tickets. Because when we start putting names in the hat, tickets get taken because some players have got
140.
rather large followings.
Yeah, they're soon snapped up. So if you are interested, get them now.
100.
Imagine if Tommy Morris gets here. There will be a bit of a rush on tickets, but they're going to have to wait for a couple of days to find out if he makes it. He would like to get there. He's never won on a Saturday night, Tommy. He'd like to do something that Dave's accomplished in the previous series.
140. Tommy, you require 41.
Double 16 then. Double 8 to go 2 legs.
Game shot
Up,
in the second
and he
leg.
takes
Tommy
it.
Morris.
And now that Jeff has won the group, mathematically, we
Third
can turn our
leg, it's
attention
Tommy to the row first.
to who's going to be playing
Game on.
Thursday and Friday night darts. Positions 2 and 3 will go through to Group B
61.
and will play 10 p.m. tomorrow in a 5-person group. Whoever falls into Group C will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock
96.
alongside Ashley Coleman, Darren Brown and Daniel Ayres. But positions 2 and 3 will have Adam Mould, Gary Stone and James Hubbard to handle.
Both tough groups. No easy fixtures here at the Modus Super
98.
Series.
I don't know which one suits Tommy best because he's talked to us many times before about the fact
85.
that he's a morning person. And this is the only morning session that we have. Monday to Wednesday.
So therefore, would you think he would prefer Group C?
I think so.
137.
But you win more money for going further up the table, so it's doing something, accomplishing something that gives you a result that
89.
you're not
David, you
particularly
require
comfortable with.
170.
Take what you can get.
105.
If it's Group B, it's Group B. Take it.
Absolutely.
Because you can still finish second in this group.
137. David, you require 65.
Well, David really needs to take this now. To get a leg on the board, he needs tops. Finds
shot
it
on
with
the
his
third
third
leg,
dart.
David Evans.
Does indeed gets that all-important leg.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
3 words for David. Stretch your legs. And you'll win.
6.
I'm sure he's never heard that before.
$55.
As it stands, with Morris 2 on up, he's got a provisional 2 points in the bag, which might not last long. But if he holds on to them,
134.
second position will be his. Ahead of the Straver Grey game.
94.
And it doesn't matter what happens in that game. He would not be displaced from second position at the end of round 4. And we can't forget as well, Morris
135.
started the week with a bad Monday where he was 5th position.
100.
Yesterday was better. He elevated himself a little bit more. If he finishes second, his confidence will be very good.
Yeah, he'd have done a grand job. Done himself proud.
140.
Well, that's a great shot there to leave himself 32.
The angles that those darts went in at, it looks like he was building the
70.
shard.
64. 63. David, you require 32. Game shot on the
It's
fourth
2-2.
leg. David Evans.
And those provisional points have disappeared. Now he's got to play best of 3 from here to
Fifth
see who
leg,
actually
it's
does get
Tommy
the
to row
points.
first. Game on. $81.
Tommy's got a peculiar grip. It's always had my attention. Yourself, Trina, you got a 3-point grip with thumb, forefinger, and middle finger. And your 4th
58.
finger on the right hand isn't really used, is it?
It's, sometimes it rests on the point.
100.
But with Tommy, he's got his 4th finger placing the fingertip on the dart, which places more pressure on the palm.
100.
There aren't many dart players that use
6.
4 of the 5 indexes of the hand. I don't know anybody who uses the small finger. And quite frankly, you shouldn't.
Well, The person that used that finger was
140.
was Eric, wasn't it? But it wasn't touching the barrel, obviously. It was kind of like a sighting gauge.
140.
Stay right there.
133.
That could do nicely.
Tommy, you require 120.
Shots like this can change games.
Can't find the treble.
44. David,
A
you
chance
require
now for David
70.
to take out this 70. Top cent for a 3-2 lead.
50.
Well, I was just
Tommy
going to say,
requires
always look on the bright
76.
side of life. He missed that treble 10 by a mile, but at least with 215s, there wasn't anything in the way. And Tommy is not standing in his way. And
20.
that was an interesting reaction.
Yeah, not impressed with himself there. Gives the opportunity
Games
back
on the
to
fifth
Evans.
leg, David Evans.
And he takes it. Leads this match by 3 legs to 2.
That would be so
Sixth
frustrating
leg,
for
it's
Tommy.
David to throw first. Game on.
You've got people in this sport that react inward and the others that react outward. No prizes for guessing which one Tommy is. He's given us the guns when he's happy. He's given us an air right hook when he's not happy.
96.
And a plethora of other things.
Yes, I remember a few.
That's why he's so entertaining. And we're going to see more of him the next couple of days.
58.
He's definitely not got much consistency with his game at the minute, though. That's what's missing.
Probably the importance of this game, just sneaking in some tension.
You and I both know how
134.
industrious Tommy Morris can be. He is very much a morning person, like we've mentioned. He probably gets
83.
more done before 7 o'clock than most people do. And just to prove that point, this morning when he was getting ready for this, he had a spare 5 minutes.
121.
You might be wondering where I'm going with this. He said, do you know what? We know that the players' marshal
140.
vacuums the
David,
stage.
you require
I'll do it.
128.
And he did.
He did indeed. He got the Hoover out up on that stage, but you could tell that he doesn't use it very often. He hadn't got the skill that,
63.
you know,
Tommy, you require
most have.
158.
Tommy Morris, great dart player, vacuuming novice. I think the ironic thumbs
98.
up is
David, you
catching.
require 65.
And it could be game, set, and the match Evans. And this is not tennis. His name is David, not Dan.
to top cent.
45.
So a chance for
Tommy
Tommy to level the
60.
match.
Perfect. Nothing is in the way. You can see how those darts going sideways at the end. That makes double 10 very hard to hit. But not
Game shot on the
impossible.
sixth leg, Tommy Morris.
A wry smile there from him. He sneaks it in the corner and takes this to
Seventh
a
and final
deciding leg.
It's Tommy to throw first.
And I'm sure your
Game on.
hoovering's really good, to be fair.
He's hoovered
Taking
that
a
one up.
note. Yeah, taking a notice of me.
He's thrown 3 darts in that previous visit, and he has not thrown one very well. The
60.
single was left. The tops was low. The double 10 was well low, but just in. But just in is good enough.
$140.
That's good darts there from David.
100.
Just a reminder, winner goes to 16 points, which will be second position. The loser of this game will have more work to do to secure Group B darts over the next 2 days.
43.
It looks like Adrien Gray is going to Group C.
108.
Unless he wins his last 2 matches.
$140. Tommy, you require 161. 85.
Now finds the trouble with his last start, and he will be relieved at that. It gives him a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, has a little bit of a cushion. And a very makeable shot to get this game won.
48. Tommy, you require 76.
This is for his 3rd win of the day. For the 2nd consecutive day.
56.
And again on tops, it's
David, you
drastically
require
underneath.
130.
David just taking his time. Needs to get round that to find the treble 20 for the bullseye, and he can't. So 18s will be the shot
65.
or the bullseye.
Tommy, you require 20.
Double 10 again.
Game shot.
He gets
and
the
the
win,
match.
and he's
Tommy
in
Moore.
charge of who makes it to Group B at the minute. It's not signed, sealed, and delivered just yet, but he's inching closer after a better Tuesday, and it could indeed be an even better Wednesday after he plays against Mervyn King in Game 13, which could have a massive effect on whether Mervyn King goes to Group B or Group C himself. 4 legs to 3, and David Evans is now in the bottom 3. Is he going to stay there? Stay with us to find out over the next few matches.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
We're coming to the end of round number 4 here at the Modus Super Series in Group A, Week 1, Series 11, 2025, Planet Earth. Do I need to go any further? I don't think so. We're in the darting universe, let's put it that way. And Dustin Straver has had a nice break since he lost 4-2 to Jeff Smith in game number 8. And now he will play 2 of the last 4 matches of this group. In the knowledge that Jeff Smith has already won the group.
Game on.
And we also know that Dustin will be in Group C over the next 2 days. That is a guarantee.
45.
But if Adrien can win this game and beat Jeff Smith in his last match, he can get to 18 points
100.
and still qualify for Group B. So this is not a dead rubber by any stretch of the imagination.
60.
Based on my calculations, I can still see a possibility of Adrien getting 3rd position in the table.
85.
He can't get 2nd because Morris has to play King next, and they've got much better leg differences than he has.
95.
2 weeks ago when we had Women's
100.
Week, Gemma Hayter won Group A by a very small margin. And we asked her in the studio, what are you going to do for the next 2 days? She said, I've got to go to work.
That's right, she did. She did
140.
find time to come in on the Friday to do comms in the afternoon.
100. Adrien, you require 76.
But yes, no days off for Gemma.
56. Dustin, you require 141.
These days, with so much darts happening, it feels like we all have no days off. Not that we mind that.
90. Adrien, you require
Just imagine what it was like when darts was not as buoyant. We would have dreamed of days like this. 4.
Game shot on the
Adrien
first
takes the
leg.
first leg
Adrien
against the
Gray.
darts.
Second leg, it's Adrien to throw first. Game on.
I think there are some dart players who are going to be very happy when the Premier League is over because they've been travelling Europe for the best part of 3.5 months now.
97.
If you're not going to make the O2 for the playoffs, you look at things like June and July, and there are still
81.
professional events to have, but not as many, and maybe you can just refocus and try and figure out how to move forward with your season.
Yeah, just take a rest.
81.
And take some time out and assess the situation.
These dart players at this level, speaking to them
140.
very honestly over the last 2 to 3 weeks, they're saying the same thing. It's great to have this much of a choice.
99.
ADC, Super Series. You can play WDF if you wish. There are many local tournaments they can play.
24.
You could even travel internationally if you wish and go to America or Canada or somewhere else to play in other events. There has never been as many tournaments
100.
as there are right now.
Yeah, darts is definitely on a boom. And it was big in the 80s. And I think it's even bigger
100.
now.
Adrien, you require 124.
Definitely seems that way. This could be a boom. But somebody has extinguished the trigger.
$84.
That'll do.
Dustin, you
Unless
require 156.
Dustin's got other ideas. A bit like his 133 from earlier.
Well, he would need 2 treble 20s for the double 18, but not to be this time. So he'll stay there.
140.
Takes off the 140 to leave himself
Adrien, you
16.
require 40.
But will he get a chance at it? As Gray goes for tops. Double 10 then.
30.
And he can't find it, so a chance
Dustin, you
indeed for
require
Dustin
16.
to take out this double 8.
Same height as double 10. And a
Game
different
time,
result.
Second leg, Dustin Straver. Third leg, it's Dustin to throw first. Game on. $100. $60.
You were talking yesterday, Trina, about how difficult it is for people to watch. I'm sure that Adrian's other half, Abby, has been watching the last couple of days. It's nerve-wracking stuff, but this is the point in the group where someone who is in your corner, they can just relax a little bit because they know that you
95.
are going to play for the next couple of days. It's not necessarily a nerve-wracking thing of when they play.
45.
But it would definitely be beneficial financially if you can get into Group B.
Yeah, of course, and that's every player's aim is to either win the Group
100.
A or put yourself in the best position possible for Group B.
85.
And as you say, as it's governed by your positioning as to how much money you get, then obviously everyone is trying their best.
It feels like Adrien is throwing this from a neighbouring county.
140.
He didn't have to stay there. He could have gone for the bull, he could have gone for 19s, 18s. Interesting that he decided to stay on the 20s.
6.
Well, sometimes us start
Adrien, you
players are a little bit
require
stubborn like
106.
that.
We are a little bit. There are different levels of stubborn.
74.
That was very smart, but he could still
Dustin,
find
you
himself
require
2-1 down.
111.
Yeah, Dustin with 111 shot needs the treble 17. Would have left him tops.
97. Adrien, you require 32.
A chance now for Adrien to take out 32.
Game
Finds
on the
it with his
leg,
third dart.
Adrien Gray.
And moves into the lead by 2 legs to 1.
He had 2 markers there.
Fourth flag, it's Adrien to throw first.
It's not as if he chose marker number 1, but it was a better marker than marker number 2. It just feels like the air has been let out of the balloon a little bit
6.
here in this group now, because I think message has found its way to the practice room that Jeff Smith has won the group now.
100.
They do live in a little bit of a bubble, away from the internet, away from prying eyes. There's one person and one person only who can permeate that room.
41.
And that is the players' marshal. And he doesn't communicate who has won the group unless somebody asks.
134.
That is correct. The table will be up in the practice room.
100.
So they can calculate for themselves.
And because they don't have their smartphones, they have to use their fingers.
That's right. Exactly. And you know dart players
100.
can't count at all, can they? Well, this one can't.
Well, if they ask nicely, we can give them a little bit of usage of the Modus Super Series
Dustin, you require
abacus.
167.
Okay. Bull.
142.
That was so close.
Adrien,
Oh,
you
very
require
close.
120.
And that would have been to level the match. It's Gray now on 120. Needs a treble 20 for tops. Finds it. Top cent.
80.
Just wires it.
Dustin,
Top
you
of the
require
wire.
25.
Gives Dustin a chance at 25. Too late then.
9.
Wrong side.
Adrien, you require 40.
Adrian's doubling in this game has been less than good so far, but it can improve.
Game
It
shot
does
on the full
improve.
flag, Adrien Gray. Fifth
He'll
flag,
take a
it's
3-1
Dustin
lead,
to
that's for
throw
sure.
first. Game on.
What he would give for a 4-1 victory. The 2 points could elevate him into the top 3
83.
for what feels like the first time in a while. He has not been in the top 3 all day long.
100.
He won't care about that as long as he's in the top 3 at the end of the day.
100.
One of the reasons why his game has stood the test of time as well is that his technique
108.
has not changed since the early days. He's approaching a time, and he's going to hate me for saying this,
60.
he's approaching 20 years at this level of the game. It was 2007 when he made his World Championship debut.
57.
He could finish the game with a bit of a bang.
Yes, he leaves himself 164.
119. Adrien, you
Pressure
require
is applied
164.
by Dustin there. Treble 19 was the target. So all he can do now is leave it handy.
88 left. He's just making sure he's got the right number here. This is the right thing to do if you're not sure.
96.
It's a very good visit.
Dustin, you require 139.
That shot's off. And the chances of being in Group B
83.
could be very much on
Adrien, you require
if this is
68.
found. He's up against it when it comes to leg difference, but points-wise, he could jump 2 spots if he hits this double.
36. Dustin, you require 56.
Well, not to be this time. So a chance for Dustin. 16 for tops.
36.
He can't find it either.
Adrien, you require 32.
There might not be an encore for Dustin. And this performance, it might not be award-winning.
Game shot.
It might
and
not
the
be
match,
box office,
Adrien Gray.
but it is a win. And in the live table, things are starting to change. Adrien Gray is still in the race for Group B. He's still got a lot to do, but that performance was a step in the right direction. He won by 3 legs, he had the higher average, he had way more opportunities. He took enough to get a 4-1 win against Dustin Straver.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The last three results, well, there they are in front of you. Jeff Smith winning against Mervyn King. That has solidified his place into Saturday night in the first week of Series 11. Tommy Morris beating David Evans by 4-3. And at the end of that round, it saw Adrien Gray getting a win against Dustin Straver, who is coming up short today and hasn't managed to win a match just yet. He's still got one left, though. That is against David Evans when the last match comes around. But Jeff at the top, he can't be toppled because that leg difference is just too good. And having that 2-point buffer is too much for the likes of Morris, King, Evans and Gray. Here we go. Last game of the group for Mervyn. And the last time he was in this situation in a Group A in a qualifying week, it was to win the group. But this time, it isn't. Curiously, if Mervyn loses this game, he can find himself in Group C. After not so long ago, knocking on the door of winning the group. We shouldn't really be surprised
First
by
leg,
that.
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
You can sense the tiredness in the King, puffing the cheeks out. It's been hard work the last 3 days. But look on the bright side. This is your last game. You can put everything into it, leave it all on the floor, and then you can rest and have a bit of a lie-in tomorrow because the early mornings are finished.
108.
Well, you say he's flagging, but he puts in a 180.
45.
But it's seeing if he can keep that up and keep with the consistency. It's no surprising he's tired. Absolutely not.
59.
11 days straight before he came here on Monday.
55.
And some of those days weren't as short as this. We're talking about getting in the building, starting to practice at around about 7:30, finishing up at about 2:30. That's manageable.
92.
But some of the days he's played, he's had 2 tournaments in the same day. That's the challenge tour for you.
108. Mervyn, you require 170.
So 170. He's done this before this week. There's a 2. So the bullseye now
145.
just misses out.
Tommy, you require 151.
Yeah, both have had a maximum in this first leg. We almost had a maximum finish.
$75. Mervyn, you require 25.
88 to take the Morris throw.
9.
We found the line. He just
Tommy, you
dragged it a
require
little bit.
76.
So a chance for Tommy. Oh, misses the single number.
36. Mervyn, you require 16.
He's thrown that dart to lead tops, but my oh my, did he throw that hard and with anguish.
Game shot on
And
the
that's how
first
to make him
leg.
feel
Mervyn
even
King.
worse. Let's
Second
think about
leg,
some of the
it's Mervyn to
possibilities
throw
for the year for
first.
Mervyn.
Game on.
He didn't win the Champions Week in Series 10. He failed to make the semi-finals on Champions Night. But he has got a medal from winning his week in the previous series.
138.
He can still get a medal this week and go to Champions Week again. If he was to make
134.
Champions Night again and win, that would be a route through to the ADC Global Championship at the back end of the year. He could still
59.
tick some things off his list in his career. He's won a Challenge Tour event recently. He's never had to do that before. And now that he has, it could unlock something else.
Yeah,
99.
dropping off. He lost his tour card, and since he's done that, you know, he's had great success. Like you say, winning his first challenge
78.
tour.
Some people wait years and years and years for the chance to win a Challenge Tour event. Mervyn King wins one within 3 months.
98.
Deep down, he still believes he can be world champion.
Absolutely.
140.
Now, is that
Tommy, you
world
require
champion
170.
or global champion? Just being champion is a good thing in life.
100. Mervyn, you require 86.
So 86 now then for Merv. Finds the treble 18. Wants double 8 now.
Game shot on the
And he
second
finds it
leg.
with his
Mervyn
third dart
King.
and leads this match by 2-0.
Third leg, it's Tommy.
This
to
is
the
a little bit
first.
better than steady from
Game on.
Mervyn. The weird thing is,
125.
his best average of the week came in his first game, which he lost.
Yeah, 102.58.
81.
We haven't had a great deal of massive averages in this group, but
6.
sometimes the quality has been substituted with eye-dropping drama of which we may never have seen at points in Group A action over the last couple of years.
92.
Now, I know it's been won prior to the final round, but there are not many occasions
100.
where we don't have anybody on 20-plus points coming into this last round. This is happening here. The only person who can actually get to 20 points is playing against Adrien Gray next. And that's the group
96.
winner. One thing's for sure, now that Jeff has won the group and he's got a couple of days off, he's going to try and find
100.
the best chicken wings that Portsmouth has to offer.
Well, knowing Jeff, he'll probably find them as well.
$65.
So 116
Tommy, you
now
require
for Tommy.
116.
Double 18 then.
80.
And he can't find it.
Mervyn, you require
So a chance for
167.
King to go 3-0 ahead here. If he can take out this 167. He can't do it now.
97.
He's done pretty well
Tommy,
there.
you require 36.
There's no guarantees that Tommy will take this. At least the bet is open now.
27.
There are never
Mervyn,
any
you
guarantees
require
when it comes to
70.
doubles. Is he going treble 10 here, or is he going to change his mind?
It looked like he was going treble 10 there. He may still do so. Yes, he is. He's hit the target, so tops now.
30. Tommy, you require 9.
Just trying a few different things, and Tommy's getting a bit of a stare from the king.
Five.
Oh boy.
Mervyn, you
He
require
might be letting
40.
this slip.
Yeah, they're the chances that you have to take.
And I think the frustrations of Tommy the Gun are somewhat permeating the atmosphere.
Game shot on the
And
third
King is
leg.
gobbling it
Mervyn
up.
King.
These could be two crucial points.
Fourth leg. It's
Morris
Mervyn
could
to the
lose his spot
reverse.
in the top 3
Game on.
if he loses this heavily and somebody from behind wins in the last 2 games.
$83.
Tommy started on 16 points. 80 Gray's on 14. David Evans is on 14. If either of those players
41.
win their next game, Tommy will go to Group C, not Group B.
$57.
I think Tommy's just coming up a bit dry now. He's put so much effort in the last day and a half,
48.
and he's got no petrol left.
Yeah, he's grown throughout the tournament, hasn't he? And he's just, 3 days of this. It is tiring.
139.
There's 2 days more to go at least
60.
for 5 of these players.
Yeah, I get the feeling if this was a boxing match, the towel might come in. But we don't have a towel in darts for those reasons. Because you're never
58.
sunk until somebody hits the final double.
Absolutely. There's always a chance.
100. Mervyn, you
Always a
require
chance of making a
164.
mistake. And you being able to pounce upon it and take advantage. Now the 164 is on. It's not now though. He needed that treble 18.
96.
You see how much he wanted to lead double 16 there. He can still do so.
100.
But he's not going to go treble
Mervyn, you
12 here.
require 68.
I'd stake good money on that. It is indeed double 16.
52.
And Tommy's
you
hanging
require
on
152.
by the skin of his fingertips.
Yeah, an outside chance now at this 152. Needed the second treble.
100. Mervyn, you require 16.
This is the decider. In Group A, it's 1-1 between these players.
Game shot.
And it's
the
now
match,
2-1 to the
Mervyn
king. Tommy Morris is hanging by a thread when it comes to Group B participation this week. But Mervyn King, with a valuable win there, that gets him to 16 points. And he might just have done enough to get to Group B with a very superior leg difference over other players in the group.
85-89 the average. He'll take the 4-0 victory. And now he's done for Group A, but others aren't.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Tommy Morris trampled on by the King. 4-0 for Mervyn has sealed Group B darts for the next couple of days. So Mervyn can have a lie in if he wants for the next 26 hours, if he wishes. It's entirely up to him. I'm sure he won't do that. But Group B participation is something that Jeff Smith doesn't have to worry about. He can do whatever he wants for a couple of days after this game.
First leg, it's
Apart from
Adrien
go back to Canada.
first.
He might be cutting it fine
Game on.
in getting back to Portsmouth for about 5:30 on Saturday night.
Well, he could choose to sunbathe on the pebbled beach in
6.
Portsmouth.
You never know, you might run into Ryan Gosling down there. About 6 months ago, Ryan Gosling was on the
91.
pier at Portsmouth.
Was he?
He was filming something.
Okay.
100.
Yeah, there's only one thing I would have asked Ryan Gosling for. That'd be Emma Stone's phone number. Anyway, back to the darts.
Yes, indeed. Let's get back to the darts.
Yeah, Adrien is currently in 5th position on 14
81.
points. His leg difference is currently -5. If he were to win by 4 legs to 0,
140.
he would overtake Tommy Morris in 3rd position. That would not guarantee Group B darts.
55.
It would merely put him in 3rd position ahead of the last match. Any leg won by Smith in this game means that Adrien Gray
96.
is going to be in Group C.
$81. Jeff, you require
It
74.
seems to be edging closer.
$64.
Not just yet, though.
Adrien, you require 124.
3-figure checkout. 1 treble needed. Possibly a bull.
So treble 18 is the shot now for the bullseye. But not to be. So Jeff will come back for 10. He may choose to split.
92. Jeff, you require 10.
We shall see.
Oh,
No score.
second time today we've seen
Adrien, you
that.
require 32.
David Evans did it earlier. That last start from Adrien Gray went in sideways from an amazing angle to set up these 3 darts for double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
He only needs the
Adrien
2. Group B is still possible.
Yeah,
Gray.
manages
Second
to
leg,
hold
it's
his
Jeff
throw
to
there.
First. Game on.
Seeing as we're playing with the numbers a little bit here,
100.
let's say that Adrien wins this game. It doesn't really matter by the margin. Let's say that Adrien wins and goes to 16 points.
108.
He's buoyed by that maximum. It could indeed happen. David Evans beats Dustin Straver
140.
and gets to 16 points. That means the final table would read Jeff Smith 18, 4 players on 16.
57.
It's just not computing with me. I've gone past it.
49.
All these scenarios are so totally confusing me. But it's exciting, isn't it?
It really is. We may look back on this group and think that
100.
this is one of the best Group A situations ever. From a standard perspective, no. But from a points dispersion perspective, absolutely.
60. Adrien,
How can you
require
have 2 points
164.
to separate the top 5? This could be that group. Get it quickly.
100. Jeff, you require
He was more confident than we were.
152.
Oh, the shot's not on now, but we'll leave it handy.
96. Adrien, you require 64.
Another one of them. Or one of them for tops.
44. Jeff, you require
What's he going to do this time?
56.
Which double does he want to leave? That'll
Game shot
work.
on the second leg. Jeff Smith.
And that means that Adrien Gray is going to Group C.
Third leg. It's Adrien to throw first. Game on.
The best he can do leg difference-wise now is -2. And that is not good enough to topple Tommy Morris in the top 3.
140.
But David Evans can still take him out. And with those guys, it's not about leg difference. It's merely about the points.
43. $100.
If you were in
108.
Jeff's shoes, Trina, and you were guaranteed Group A victory here, and you were coming in from overseas, and not just, say, the Netherlands or Belgium or something like that, coming from North America where you can't go home and come back, what would you do for 2 days?
58.
Probably a bit of sightseeing around here. You know, you've got the historic museum and the Navy here, haven't you? And
64.
Ship Victory. Is it the Victory? So, yeah, I think I'd spend my time doing that and chilling out.
100.
Weather's pretty
Adrien,
good.
you require 97.
The one thing you don't want to do is stay indoors. We're going to stay indoors and watch double 12.
85. Jeff, you require 100.
Now, is he feeling frisky? Or is he feeling versatile? Or somewhat textbook?
100. Adrien, you require 12.
Just wires it. So gives chance for Adrien now at this 12.
I've got another question for you in a second, Trina, but let's see if Gray can take double 6.
Game shot on the third leg.
Central
Adrien Gray.
portion. Earlier today, we referenced the shirt of Jeff.
Full flag. It's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
He hasn't lost in this shirt this week. Does he wear it Saturday night?
He will probably be seriously
45.
thinking about that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to cost him too much to get it laundered.
I'll just wash it through in the bath. That's what you do.
100.
Just wash it through, wring it out, hang it up.
He might not have a bath.
In the shower then.
135.
Well, if he gives it to me after the session, I'll do it myself for him.
Oh, that's very kind.
Oh, he's a very kind fella.
125.
He would literally give you the shirt off his back if it would help you out.
Well, he's going to give you his shirt off his back because you're going to wash it for him.
100.
He was very kind to me a few years ago. He had me meeting a lovely guy called Chester
140.
from Nova Scotia, who was another immensely generous Canadian who found out that I collect casino chips from around the world. And he gave me some local chips from Nova Scotia, which I didn't have as part of my collection. And he also gave me a playoff jersey from Sidney Crosby, a famous Pittsburgh Penguin. And it is one of my treasured possessions. He gave it me for nothing.
6.
Out of nowhere.
Jeff,
It's
you
just the
require
Canadian way.
130.
Yeah, the hospitality is second to none. It's a very generous present.
58. Adrien, you require 76.
76 now then for Adrien. Treble 20 is the target. 16 for tops. Takes a deep breath. And
Yeah,
finds the double top.
Adrien Gray.
He simply just wants to win this darts match now.
5th flag. It's Adrien to throw first.
Leaving the group on a win will make him feel so much better going into tomorrow's campaign. And he wouldn't mind being the first person to beat Jeff today.
100.
No, and that could come into value if they both qualify for the Saturday evening. You know, that could be a bit of a confidence boost for Adrien, knowing that he'd beat Jeff.
This is not their first rodeo. They know that when Saturday comes around, that if they play the same person again, they're going to feel stuff based on what's happened against them earlier in the week. So many times we see people playing each other in a week for the first time on Saturday, but that's if they're not in the same circles. If Adrien gets through Group C, it's pretty likely he's going to be running into Jeff.
140. Adrien, you require 161. 99.
Well, leaves himself 62. And he will be back as Jeff on 176.
59.
Doesn't
Adrien,
find
you
a treble.
require 62.
So 62 now.
This might be the one defeat for the silencer that he can afford.
Game
And he
shot
has lost.
and the match, Adrien
So
Gray.
it's not a second perfect day for Smith, but it doesn't matter because Jeff has won the group anyway. And Adrien Gray, as valiantly as he has fought, because he lost a leg in that contest, even though he averaged over 92 with 57% on the doubles, he is one leg short of Tommy Morris in third position, and he can't find his way to Group B via any route, even if David Evans fails against Dustin Straver next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Final game of Group A this week, and we know where Dustin Straver is going over the next couple of days. He's going to be in Group C with Adrien Gray. But David Evans, by winning this last match, can squeeze his way into Group B. And just to confirm the point, it can be by any means. 4-3, 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0. It doesn't matter. He has the same leg difference
First
currently
leg,
as
it's
Tommy
David
Morris.
to throw first.
Game on.
He is 2 points behind, but if he grabs those 2 points, he will pip Tommy to the evening session. And not just that.
140.
He's currently in 5th spot. If he wins, he will go to 3rd position,
60.
which is financially much better. So we can't say there's nothing on this.
97.
And because he's been here before, in Group A situations, he knows exactly what is happening.
100.
Dustin is going to finish bottom of the table. But one thing he doesn't want is what happened to Jeff Smith yesterday, which is losing all 5 games.
84.
Yeah, disastrous day for Jeff yesterday.
100.
He's done well today to secure Group A and through to the finals on Saturday evening.
100.
That means he's going to get the first game of Saturday night as well at around 7:45 p.m. And he will then have to wait for his second game, which is in match 5.
David, you require 80.
That's the intricacy of winning Group A. That's the slot you get. You just knew he was going to hit that bullseye. Give it the thumb. Go on.
64.
He's not had
Did
much
you
luck
require
really, has he? And
141?
things like that. Going into the double 12 and when he needed double 5.
64. David, you require 16.
But he does have a chance at this double 8 to
Game
take
shot on
the first leg of
David
this
Evans.
match.
Well, here's the interesting thing about Straver's day.
Second leg, it's Dustin to throw
I'm going to read
first.
out his
Game on.
averages. Not entirely. I'm going to give you the first 2 digits. It gives you an indication
100.
of what level he's played today. Because I believe, average-wise, he's played better today than any day he's played overall. 85, 85,
43.
82, and 85. And he hasn't won a game.
That's consistent though, isn't it?
140.
He's played all right.
140.
But each game he's played, it hasn't been good enough to take his opponent out.
100.
But his consistency has been there today, better than it has been the 2 previous days. It was a bit up and down.
100.
Well, to signify how up is, his highest winning average is 96. But his highest average of the week is 99. He had that in a game that he lost.
100. Dustin, you require 161. 54.
Evans is way back here. It was game 7 on Monday where King hit the 170 checkout against Straver. That's where he had a 99.3 average
Dustin,
and
you
had
require
1 dart at a double
107.
in the whole match that he hit.
$79.
Finds the treble
David,
14
you require
in his
150.
last start to leave himself 28. Should he get the chance? And he will.
58. Dustin, you require 28.
We'll look into his doubles in a second. Let's see if he can hit this. Oh, of course he can.
Dustin Straver.
1 out of 4. 2 out of 8.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
2 out of 6. And 1 from 6. So with his mid-80s averages, he's been getting a few chances, but on the whole, his percentage isn't that poor.
100.
He's had 1 dart at a double in this game, and he's hit it. So
41.
I would watch out for this guy in Group C. If he can just find the confidence levels that he found on Tuesday, some of those Group C players could be in a bit of danger.
Well, like you said, this is
140.
his debut. And really, these 3 days is about finding his feet to a certain extent. And now he knows what it's all about. He can go into Thursday and Friday with a bit more knowledge, a bit more practice, and hopefully he'll have a couple of good sessions.
131.
I'm going to stick my neck out. I'm going to give you a name of a player who I think is going to make it through Group C. And his name is Darren Brown.
100.
The last time he was
David,
here,
you
he
require 130.
impressed me massively. He didn't qualify for Saturday, but he was really close. Oh, he was going for the old fiddly 130, trying to leave 88.
90.
Well, he's got plenty of time in this leg.
If you think that's a margin.
83. David, you require
Like
40.
2 weeks ago, Dirk van Dijvenbode left James Wade on 381 on a leg. Don't go for it, Dave.
No score.
Yeah, he looked at the scoreboard then to see what Dustin was on. And very
26.
sensibly
David,
bust
you
the
require
score.
40.
However, that was an interesting bust, wasn't it? Surely this time.
No score.
Flight first. When you hit the flight first, it's never a good sign.
He will get another go at it though.
When he had 10 left, he went for the 20. He should have gone elsewhere.
140.
Yeah, because he could have quite easily gone into the
David, you
5.
require
Yeah, he could have
40.
left 9. He could have left 5.
Game shot on the
Here's
third
2-1
leg.
up. Let's
David Evans.
discuss that just a little bit more, though. If you've got 10 left, your opponent is well adrift.
Fourth flag. It's Dustin to the row first.
Where do you go to
Game
bust
on.
the score? You want to go anywhere from the 12
55.
to the 11.
Yeah, the left-hand side.
That way you've got 4 segments that bust the score. You go for the 20, you've got 1.
43.
I like the decision to bust the score. I think it was the right thing to do, but going for the 20, I'm not a fan of it.
60.
We all make mistakes. We could look back on our careers and say, well, do you know what? I've done that as well in the heat of battle. What is it they say? Never
60.
question an operation from an armchair.
Do they?
A lot of people do these days. They're called armchair experts.
Oh.
85.
You know, the kind of person that sits back and said, well, I could have coached that team better than said coach. Sure you could. There's probably people thinking, well, I could have qualified for Group B. Well, if you think you could, get yourself to an ADC event, get yourself registered with the amateur darts circuit,
140.
work your way through their system, and you can make your way here. That's how Dustin Straver got here. If you think you're good enough, get here and prove it.
123. Dustin, you require 161. 61. David, you require 135.
Well, leaves himself a ton. 135 for David. So 60 now. Would have been for the bullseye. And that's what he thinks of that dart. Wow.
87. Dustin, you require 100.
Tops. Well, that means over the top. That means
Shot on the
in.
Full flag. Dustin Straver.
That was well composed there. Took his time. Looked at the target.
Fifth
Pinned
flag.
the
It's
target.
David to throw first. Game on. 45.
Do you know what aspect of technique people tend to forget the most? It's actually passing the dart from left hand to right hand. That's if you're a right-handed player, of course. Just a little tip for everybody out there who likes to play darts.
140.
This is probably something you've forgotten. But when you're holding your dart in your non-throwing hand, you must hold it very lightly. Because if you crunch that hand and put any tension in it, it will have
85.
a physiological effect on everything else. So you've got to grip that dart really lightly.
Yes, throughout your body.
108.
Yeah, it should almost roll into your hand.
Yeah, look at Dave's left hand here. That process of passing
100.
dart from left to right is a skill.
95.
It's like watching a basketballer dribble the ball without looking at the ball. It is a forgotten skill that sometimes doesn't get enough credit.
58. Dustin, you require 86.
So 86 for Dustin. Treble 18's the shot. He finds it. Double 16. Double 8. And he finds it with his third dart and moves ahead in this match 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, it's Dustin to the
Dave
first.
may be thinking right now, how much can I take? He's won 2 games today. He's lost 2 games. It has been tumultuous the last 2.5 days, to say the least.
84.
And he could still find himself in Group C. If he wins the next 2 legs, it's Group B. If he loses one of the next 2, he's going to be playing Straver again
81.
tomorrow and on Friday. You can't ignore the fact that Dustin has been the better player in this game. He's averaging nearly 90.
100.
3 out of 5 on the doubles. And I hate to say we told you so, but his performances today have stipulated that he hasn't played that poorly.
Yeah, exactly that.
95.
He's just been a bit unfortunate at times.
41.
Just loses his rhythm every now and again. And delivers those darts a little bit too swiftly.
It is getting towards the end of the session here.
108.
You know, you will see some tired darts.
40. David, you require
You have to play it in Group A
145.
to understand how difficult it can be. That's a tired dart. That's missed by an inch.
I'm surprised the thumb hasn't come out for that one.
I think maybe his thumb's tired.
42.
So he just gave us the mini one.
He just
43. David, you require 103.
It's Dustin hitting the wall at the wrong time. The job is not done yet.
$55.
Dustin really needs to put the pressure on here. When he is.
120. David, you require 48.
Well, I suppose justice was served there. He didn't look at the ball when he threw his last dart. I suppose by virtue of that, he should lose the leg.
Game shot on
He
the
does.
sixth leg.
And we
David
go to a
Evans.
one-leg shootout for the last time in Group A this week.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
One leg to jump 2 spots in the table.
Might as well toss a coin.
100. 100.
I'll tell you who the best spectator of this game is. It's Tommy Morris.
100.
He's trying to figure out what kind of a lie-in he's going to get tomorrow. He might even be able to do a day's work and then play darts tomorrow night. It's a choice.
95.
I wouldn't advise it.
No, not a good idea.
Especially when you're cutting trees down.
Yeah, exactly. Might get a splinter.
85.
What's the worst that could happen?
A splinter on the wrong place. I'll tell you, that is bad.
For a dart player, definitely. It's not like you can play with plasters on your fingers.
98.
Get the medical glue out.
Absolutely.
Well, Evans is in charge all of a sudden.
100.
Well, Dustin is hanging on. Leave double 14, he says. Your wish is not my command.
140.
By that facial expression, I think he knows exactly what he needs to do.
95. David, you require
Get rid of
68.
it now, otherwise you might not get another opportunity. Double 4.
Game shot.
And Evans will jump
David
up the table. So Tommy Morris is going to go from 3rd position to 4th, just like that. And David Evans, just like that, is going to jump from 5th to 3rd, meaning he goes into Group B with Mervyn King. Jeff Smith has won the group, of course, but you've got to give David Evans credit in that last match there. With a mid-80s average, which was inferior to that of his opponent most of the match, he was able to dig his way out from 3-2 down to winning that last match by 4 legs to 3. And we're going to have a chat after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and Group A is now in the books, and these are the last 2 rounds of play. That result that you can see at the top, Jeff Smith winning 4-1 against Mervyn King, that was the point where Jeff was in an unassailable lead, but he wasn't able to get the perfect day for the second time this week as he fell to Adrien Gray in his final match. But the last few matches did stipulate where people will go for the rest of the week. Mervyn King did scrape his way through to Group B in the end, as did David Evans, by winning that last match of the group. And somehow, Adrien Gray and Tommy Morris, with the same points as King and Evans, have found themselves in Group C. A fantastic Group A situation with 2 points between the top spot and the 5th spot. But the winner, Jeff Smith, the silencer of Canada, is with us right now. Congratulations, Jeff. What a bit of a topsy-turvy week for you. Winning 5 on Monday, winning 4 today, and losing 5 yesterday. Your emotions, please tell us all about them.
Yeah, yesterday, I don't know what it was. Felt okay. I woke up, I was a bit tired. Obviously with the time change and stuff, it's kind of catching up to me. Yeah, just I felt like I was in at least 3 of those games that it could have went either way, and it didn't. And it was just like, hands up, what do you do? It's just one of them days, and hopefully tomorrow we can reset and go back at it.
You were able to do that, so the feelings coming into today, were they just one of resetting and trying to do the same things as Monday, or was it all about changing back to the dart shirt that you were wearing on Monday?
Yeah, it had a lot to do with superstition more than anything. I've got the right color pants on, I've got the right color shirt on, put my shoes on in the right order, etc.
Well, man after my own art.
What about your level of play today? Do you think it was somewhere near to where you want it to be, or are you still grinding towards the level that you think you can perform at?
Yeah, after yesterday, I was just clinging for anything to click when I come in this morning, and like I said, luckily enough, I got through that first game, but it didn't feel comfortable. And I just kind of built on it and just said, okay, just every time I get up, put my hand up, it was like, okay, one more time, just down the middle, and that's all I kept telling myself, and all of a sudden, a few 60s started falling in, and here we are.
Double 18 has been a really big weapon for you over the years. Now, the first couple of days, Trina and I have spoken about the fact that double 18 hasn't really responded. But it did early today, didn't it?
Yeah, I spent probably 20 minutes in the practice room, and I just threw nothing but double 18. For me, it's where the dart sets up. And when I'm pulling, I'm going low every time, but my double 9s are usually good. So fortunately enough, when it wasn't working, I was splitting it and I was going 10 double 4, and normally I would never do that, but it was working today. So I'm one of those guys that if it's working, I'm going to keep going doing what it does.
I'm sure this is a difficult question to answer, but what aspect of your game are you most proud of over the last 3 days on the whole?
It's been my finishing. It's either I'm either 100% or I'm 20%. And it's crazy, I know, but it's part of my game that's made me who I am, and if it's working, then I can beat anyone here.
Trina, what's been the thing that's impressed you the most about Jeff over the last 3 days? Because it has been a tumultuous campaign, but he's still prevailed.
Yeah, I think he's shown great courage today, coming through from yesterday, losing all games yesterday, and coming here and getting over the line. A difficult day, and he's just managed to turn it all around.
Is it fair to say that a lot of games, even when Jeff was losing, some of the results were going his way? Because even though he lost 5 out of 5, he still retained second position before coming into day 3.
Yeah, it was very much on what others were doing as well yesterday, and yeah, that did help him out a little bit. So, but yeah, he's come through today, and it's been a hard, tough slog for him. But he wouldn't have chosen to do it that way, would you?
No, even though I lost all 5, I never once gave up in any match, and you just have to grind. And I know the leg difference is important here, and it determines where you're going to be, whether you're at the top, bottom, middle. It's going to put you in one group, so you just have to keep fighting.
You have to be resolute when you're playing this format. Now, you aren't the most experienced when it comes to this place, but this is your 3rd visit now, and you have made Saturday night before playing wonderfully well and not making the semi-finals. This is a very different quality that you've shown the last 3 days. Not playing your best, but still prevailing.
Yeah, I'm finding a way to win, and like I said, I've kind of gotten away from that. That's kind of what it toasted me in my last year of the PDC. I was finding ways to lose instead of finding ways to win, and now I've got a little confidence back, and I think that goes a long way.
Who really stuck out for you in the chasing pack? Because we illustrated the table just now. You finished on 18 points, which is equally the least amount of points that has won a Group A before, but there were 4 players who were 2 points behind you. Tell us about what that practice room was like, because from looking at the table and the action, it looked like chaos to us.
Yeah, it was hard work, because I think everyone was in it. Everyone could have topped the group, and the player that probably impressed me the most is the young Dutch kid, Dustin. He has an amazing throw. He's got a great attitude, and I think he was unlucky in a couple of matches, and it's a difference of finishing bottom. But I think look for him to come back here and get back to Saturday night.
Yeah, he had a great finish today against Tommy Morris, and that was in a situation where Morris decided not to go for the bullseye and to lay up for tops, and he regretted it after that. But do you echo the sentiments of Jeff that Straver's got a really good chance the next couple of days?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's like I said in comms, he's the newbie here, and he's used these 3 days to settle himself down, and he knows what it's all about now, and I think he can be a dangerous player.
Mervyn is in Group B. Is this going to be a good thing for him, or is playing late something that he would not want to do? I know that you can have a lie-in when you play so late, but it's going to be another day of action for Mervyn King. It will be day 14 in a row. Just how much did he impress you the last few days, Trina?
I thought he would fade far quicker than he has, to be honest. You know, he's had them a long time here of solid playing, and you know, he's stuck it out well. But I think at the end of the day, you can see his fatigue starting to set in.
David Evans, he's done his job. He's got into Group B. He couldn't win this group, but I suppose he knew what he had to do in that last match. And now that he's done it, is he going to feel like he's found a mini victory?
Yeah, I think so. You know, he's battled as well. You know, he's not had the best of luck with some situations. You know, veering off into next door's double kind of thing, and a few bounce outs. So you know, that's the way darts goes, and luck is not always on your side.
If you're in David's shoes, Jeff, how do you think he's feeling about his campaign?
Yeah, he's played some great darts, but he's played some pretty mediocre darts as well, and he's got to find that happy medium that he can get a bit more consistent, I think. Obviously, he has a great throw, and he's a great fella. You don't want to see him do well, but I think if he's going to have to improve, he's going to have to tighten up his game and get a few less straight darts.
Is this your first experience of playing with Tommy Morris? Because he's a bit of a firecracker, isn't he?
I actually played Tommy last time I was here, and he is. He's a firecracker. But I'll tell you one thing: the boy can play darts, and give him a bit more experience, he can go far in this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does the next couple of days. He was in Group B until the very last dart was thrown in this group, Trina. So is he going to be feeling slightly aggrieved that he's going to have to come back tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, he is, and but you know, tomorrow afternoon might suit him better. You never know. You know, nothing's said and done. You know, he's still got a chance to qualify for Saturday evening. So, yeah, he'll just use these now, put these 3 days behind him, and go forward.
Adrien is going to be playing in Group C. He was pretty much in the bottom 3 the whole time of it today. He did have a great chance of actually winning this group yesterday, like everybody else did in Pursuit. But is he going to be okay with Group C because he has prevailed from there before?
Yeah, I don't think he'll have a problem with that. You know, like you say, he's done well in Group C beforehand, so I don't think he'll be too bothered about that.
Come on then, Jeff, tell us what you're going to do the next couple of days. We don't know about chicken wing spots in Portsmouth because we know how much you do crave that when you're away from home, but I hate to break your heart. I don't think it's going to be as good as the bars that we went to in Eastern Canada a few years ago. But what are you going to do? Yeah,
I'm gonna stick to my guns, have a nice little lie-in tomorrow, get some rest, get some sleep caught up. But Friday night, probably going to stick to my routine. And the Belgian restaurant worked last night, so I'm probably going to do that Friday night and come into Saturday hot, hopefully.
They're going to hope that you're a regular down there, but the commute's a bit of a bummer, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm willing to. I'd travel an hour if it was going to work on a winning page.
Well, you're through, and we can illustrate that now with our breakdown for the week. Jeff Smith has won Group A, and over the next couple of days, we're going to welcome Adam Mould. James Hubbard is going to be in the building, the former World Youth Champion from 12, 13 years ago. Gary Stone was actually one of the favourites for the week, and he will join the party, and he will be up against Mervyn King and David Evans in Group B. Group C, Ashley Coleman up against the very dangerous Darren Brown. He's from East Anglia and is very, very good indeed. Daniel Ayres will join Tommy Morris, Adrien Gray and Dustin Straver. Trina, give me a couple of names that really stand out of the people who are joining us over the next couple of days. Who really sticks out for you?
Gary Stone, Adam Mould, actually. You know, he's had quite a good success here, so, you know, he may well do well.
Yeah, Gary was 5-1 with yourself and Mervyn King. You're through, and you don't have to worry about the odds anymore or anybody else. But are you going to be watching, Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. I like to see how everybody's playing, kind of stress out my own self to where I need to be and take it from there. But yeah, I'm the same as you. I've played Adam a couple of times, and I think he's a great player, and he's gonna turn some heads in Group B. Well, thanks, Jeff, for the last few days. It's been very entertaining. You're through, so you can put your feet up and get yourself over the jet lag. So congratulations to you. Trina, thanks for your company as well.
You're welcome.
But darts to come on Pluto TV. There are plenty of things coming your way. We've got a tungsten talk with the one and only Big John Henderson. He'll talk about that famous night in Aberdeen, and he may even talk about when he won the World Senior Championship. The ADC Grand Final from the ADC Global Championship in December of 2024, that is coming up as well. We've got Series 11 Week 1 Group C with Ashley Coleman. That is coming up for you tomorrow from 1 p.m. You want to join us for that. And of course, the finals night, that is Saturday at 7:30, where we tour the hockey around 7:45. Thanks for your company today. It's been our pleasure. Come back to Pluto TV tomorrow at 1 p.m. because Group C will start right then. Bye for now.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George